Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? Let's see what we're going to do today. Where the heck am I? Where did they put me? See what we're going to do today. There's almost nobody on. Wow. All right. Well, I'm just going to get on my Beastmaster for now. I need to wait till daytime anyway because I don't know where the heck I am. Am I like on top of... Hang on. It's so dark. Burrow coming in with the sub. Thank you so much, Burrow. I think I'm on top of like the... I don't know. Let's just wait. We'll wait. And I'll figure that out later. Figure out where the heck I'm at. Distracting. He put the AoE taunt on? Why would he do that? What a weird kid. Alright, sounds good, Burrow. Yeah, we'll figure out what's going on over here. He put his shield on. And I don't know. They played me over the weekend. To do some content of some sort. So we'll Hey, what's up, Xander? How you doing, bud? Hope the married life's treating you well. Let's see. We'll probably do Fallen Watch or Rothold at some point. She's the best, and she's not, so it's a win. And she's hot. Oh, she's hot. I was like, she's the best, and she's not? And she's hot, so it's a win? Absolutely a win, my friend. Absolutely. Love it. Nice to see you back and healthy and well. Thank you so much. Yeah, I am back, baby. We're back. Yeah, I went down to Florida for the weekend. We did a celebration of life for my stepdad. That went well. You know, had a lot of people come out and... you know, talk about him and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, it was a nice little weekend. And we walked around St. Augustine, Florida, for a couple hours on Sunday before heading back. So it was good times. It was good times. We enjoyed it, and yeah. But now I'm back at ye old grind. Ye old grind. Who's this weirdo? Bob? The heck does he want? Who's this weirdo? Juggernaut? I'm the Juggernaut. Why is this not... There we go. It's Bob spelled backwards. Bob is Bob. Was this guy going to join us or something? He didn't say anything. How bad was the Eminem withdrawal? You know, honestly, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't bad at all. Yeah, I enjoy some Eminem, but you know, it's also nice to take a little time off now and then. But we will have a week plus off. At the end of September. So, you know, a little bit of time off now is good so that it doesn't get crazy burnout when October runs around. Crazy. What level is this guy? Who Jug? 35 Beastmaster. What else we got? Had a fun time dragging about 50 corpses through Fallen Watch the other day. Thanks for getting me into guild invite. Yeah, no worries. It was actually really fun. It's super fun, yeah. I love doing big, like, mass things like that where we get everybody involved. To me, that's just that's the most fun about these games is doing stuff in a larger group. I got 2 coming in, Bob. Rock Eater on Twitch. Is that your name, Rock Eater? How you doing? Welcome. Glad to have you here. I was here last week hunting for keys. Got one last Friday. Nice. Awesome. Glad that you were able to get a key. Get in the game. Check it out. Highly recommend. How was your Fallen Watch experience? We went in there a good bit on Thursday evening and then Friday morning. But I was out of town over the weekend, so I just got back. So we're going to be checking it out some more. I don't know how much the guild has done in there. I don't know what's going on. I have to get with people today and find out what's been done, what hasn't been done, and see where we're going, what the plan is. But yeah, Fallen Watch it's been fun from what I've done of it. It's a challenging zone for sure. There were some bugs with it, though. That was one part of the problem. I got an herbalist coming in, Bob. Went in a couple times to scout and test. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I think you guys were in there last night for a little bit. Somebody was in there last night. I got a text message about it. Opted in for the PvP closed beta in hopes of increasing my odds of a key. They are no longer doing the PvP beta invites exclusively. They are now doing PvE, PvP together invites. So, level 6 wizard, friends. Currently thumping and being thumped by undead. Past the western gate in second zone. Nice. Awesome. Yeah. Love it. Yeah, I got a text message last night from Esar, and he was like, "Hey, we're in there tonight." And I'm like, "Okay, well, I'm going to sleep." I went to bed last night. I was like, I'm not playing this game right now. All right, I got another probably 3 here, Bob. Here they come. Shaded Dunes, level 6. Probably go hunt some crocs. Yeah, it's a good spot. Good times. Oh no, Bob. Bob's dying. Both of your pets are underground. Uh-oh. That's weird. You good? You need some bandages, Bob? Are you okay? We seem to be okay at the moment, although my pet's getting wrecked. You out of band-aids? I can bandage you. Where you at? Oh, you're way up there. I got you. I got you. You good? You good? Come here. Come here. I can heal you. All right, we're gravy, baby. Everything's awesome. Everything's cooler when you're healing a Bob. Why is my pet snared? What the heck's going on with my pet over there? Golly, he's slow. Come on, pet. Alright, well, we cleared out the bad guys. All clear. Yeah, I imagine when people get on today, we'll go check out Fall and Watch again, or maybe check out Rothold or something. I don't know. We'll do something. Something will happen. Oh no. Oh, whoops. I started healing and you walked away. I probably should have said something first. Oh well. Here we can make some bondages. Bondages. How's your trip? It was good. It was good. Got to see family, hang out. Oh, wait, we got cotton bandages, I got, what the heck? Here you go, Bob. Take some cotton bandages. What is this? Level 39. Okay. No, it was a good trip. We just did, you know, normal stuff. Mostly just hung out with the family though, which is good. Twas good. Twas good. All right, I kind of want to wait for. Well, let's go ahead and get this one, I guess. They killed you like 20 times last night? Oh no. In Fallen Watch? Yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen. That's because I wasn't there. Yeah, dying in Fallen Watch is easy. It's very easy to do. The devs are like, oh, this is going to be hilarious. Everybody into Fallen Watch. Yeah, we'll go in there today, I think. I think we're going to try to get the group together and go check it out some more today. Either that or Rothold. I think some people started to run around in Rothold. I need to check that zone out myself. At some point. Run through it. One of the devs pointed out it was intended to take trains down the path to the side of the main entrance, Slime Hallway. There's 3 zone outs and only 1 zone in. Yeah, that's intended, but it's like, how are people supposed to know, right? Like, it's one of those things that people are going to have to learn and figure out. But it's kind of, I don't know, the devs intend for things like that to happen, but if they don't tell us, then we won't know about them. You know, oh, you're supposed to just run down and jump off this cliff, kind of thing. Like, well, why the heck would we do that? Did you get the cleric proc nerf? I did see that it got nerfed. Yeah, it scales with wisdom now. So no lower levels don't hit as much. You still do a lot of damage if you have higher. Yeah, exactly, and that's fine, right? Like, it should have just never been doing 200 damage at like level 1. Like, that was nuts. Like, why? I don't know who thought that was a good idea, but they were wrong. Whoever thought that was a good idea. That's silly, man. Oh, yeah, I'm level 10, just doing 200 damage procs, you know, one-shotting monsters. Smart. Hey, thanks so much for the Prime Subaroonie. I appreciate it. This game still keys only to play. Right now it is closed beta access, yes. It will be open to everyone October 1st. So you don't have that much longer to wait if you don't have access. It will be $15 a month at that point. No box price, no microtransactions, just $15 a month. So very, very solid. Pay thing. I don't know what I'm trying to say there, but they're not charging, they're not nickel and diming you. I have a buddy with level 20 cleric and he's hitting for over 600. His 18, his wisdom is 18, so 28. I mean, yeah, it's still. I still think it's off. I still think it's wrong, but yeah, the way that they worded it, was that you're just not going to be hitting for the crazy high damage at low level or whatever. You know, I don't know. The whole thing is silly. I don't know whose idea it was. I understand that it's like a smite from a god, but you know, if you're low level, if your character's low level, how much faith do you really have? But anyway, whatever they want to do. I mean, if they want to have characters at low level doing hundreds of damage, then sure, why not? It's going to be a balancing nightmare for them. But hey. Have been liking the game? I'm loving this game. Yeah, I think it's fantastic. It's exactly the game I've been looking for 20-something years. Ever since I quit EverQuest 1 and I went on to play some other games. You know, EverQuest 2 was fun. I met some fun people, but ultimately it was not the same. The dagger on that one, if anybody wants it. Dagger, 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 dagger. You know, this game's great. Absolutely loving it. As long as they keep adding to it, it should continue to be great. Yeah, like, one thing that I will say the Fallen Watch has done is it lets us see what they're planning for the future of the game. Fallen Watch Dungeon is huge, and it's a lot of fun. It's a really solid put together dungeon. Kaz got some new plate boots. Nice, nice. Is there a class that you would go to, for a WoW, a casual WoW player going to this game? That's tough. This game plays very differently than WoW does. I would try. You're probably going to want to play something that's solo friendly. You don't want to play a caster? Yeah, I would play something that's solo friendly, like a Beastmaster would be good. It's going to be pretty solo friendly. You got a pet. It kind of plays kind of like a hunter, I guess, in a sense. Yeah, Beastmaster would be probably the closest thing you're gonna find. Wow, you got from quest sub to quest sub. Yeah, you don't do any of that here. This game is a grind game. You're going to grind out your XP. You're in the beta now. You're gonna give it a go. Yeah, just check it out. I would try a couple of different classes and just see what kind of resonates with you. The classes play pretty differently now. What this charmed? What? Oh, okay. I was like, where did this guy come from? I didn't see the druid. We can use a druid. Invite branch. With all your experience in the game, who is better option? Better overall healer, cleric, druid, especially in terms of higher level content? Between the cleric and the druid? Well, so the way this game works, druid and shaman are going to be your better healers for like group content, soloing, or just standard group content, but your cleric is going to be the best in-game healer. So level like 1 to 59, nobody's going to want a cleric, but at level 60, everybody's going to want to have a cleric around. So that's kind of, it's just a weird way that it works. But I personally would play a druid or shaman as much as you can, or get one as much as you can while you're leveling. They're just better. Like, they can heal just as well as a cleric can for leveling purposes, and they have just far more utility. Yeah, if you, get any healer that you can get your hands on. Like, if you have, if you're looking for a healer, then just grab a healer. It doesn't really matter which one you grab. But if you're looking to play a healer, that's a different situation, and then you got to decide what you want to play based on what they can do. The druid and shaman are far better choices for groups. They just have a lot more utility to them. I'm enjoying new shamans so far, although it wasn't changed too much. Yeah, it wasn't changed much at all, other than they removed the they increased the recast time of Cannibalize, which feels really bad, but that's just because people were used to it. So we'll have to see how they mess with it in the future. It just needs to be balanced properly, and maybe it's there, maybe it's not. I don't know. Does that mean at level 60 you just want cleric, or combine it with a druid? At level 60, depending on what you're doing, the cleric is just going to be the better healer, right? They're going to be able to recover health faster and more efficiently than the other two healers. They also have their rune shields that they can put up to prevent damage while you're healing. So, it's just they're just really good healers. That's all they do. And the thing is, you don't necessarily need all that healing when you're just leveling. That's the problem with it, is most of what clerics do, like most of what they can do leveling wise while you're in a group just getting XP is going to be overhealing, and it's just going to be excess. But that's what a cleric does, is they heal really, really well. So when you get into a higher tier content and you're doing like raid content and you have tanks that are maxed out in health and, you know, gear and all that kind of stuff, then at that point the cleric will come out on top. But until then, most of what the cleric does is just excess healing. Like you'll never need, in a single group, just doing single group content, you'll never need to have a cleric. It's just not something that you need to have. Their proc is broken. So yes, I have seen the cleric proc and it's broken. It needs to be fixed. Still, even after the fix that they did, that apparently didn't fix it. It just needs to, their proc's got to be reduced. It's clearly a bug. Took away the shaman pet. Yeah, the shaman pet didn't need to be there in my opinion. I'm glad they took away the shaman pet. They had far too many pets in the game. If you're overhealing, you should have time and mana to contribute to DPS as well, though. Okay, cool. I promise you, I'm not trying to argue and debate with it today. Like, for some reason, people like to argue and debate with me about stuff. These are just my opinions. You take it or leave it, whatever you want to do. The druid and the shaman have far more utility than the cleric does, and that's all that matters, ultimately. They're not a DPS class. None of those three are meant to be a DPS class. You're supposed to be getting DPS for DPS. If you want to argue, you can argue amongst yourselves. But I promise you, by the end of the day, play all those classes and you'll see what I'm talking about. Wizard changes are weird. I missed my fireball. You'll get it at level 48. Why the heck they did that, I could not tell you. It doesn't make any sense why you have to wait till level 48 to get a fireball. I don't tell people that, Rinson. Play what you like. Because they're asking... Most people, when they ask me what classes are good... They want to know what classes are good, not play what you like. Yes, there is a thing for play the class that you find fun or whatever. But what quickly happens is if you play a class that is underpowered or underutilized and nobody wants it in their group, it becomes not fun because then nobody wants you at all in their group. So like fun is a subjective thing. It depends on your play style. It depends on what you want to do ultimately. If you want to just raid, but you find the rogue to be a fun class, but the rogue sucks in raids, well, you're not having fun anymore. You know, so I can't tell people play what you find fun, because what you find fun at level 1 may not be fun at level 10, and it may not be fun at level 60. I don't know what's gonna happen. Yeah, so like I just tell people what the class plays like, what they do well, and then they can figure it out from there. Yeah, I know you're not debating me. I'm just trying to explain to people, like, you know, you can't just say play what's fun or play whatever you like, or, you know, ultimately they're all good, or things like that. Those are the standard things that a lot of people say. Which may hold true in some games. Usually it doesn't, though. So I don't want to give somebody like just like a dismissive response. I'm trying not to say this in like a mean way. I'm not trying to say you're being dismissive, but I don't want to dismiss people's questions by just saying play what's fun. You know what I mean? Like, I want to give you actual information. Are there several classes like that people don't want in raids groups? Right now, very few of the classes are actually balanced at all. So yes, there are plenty of classes right now that people just would prefer not to have in a group. A lot of it feels really bad right now. Like if you have the option of every single class available to you when you're putting a group together, there will be several that you don't want to take. If you have the options. And that's the problem, is most of the time you don't necessarily have all those options. Like when people say, you know, what's the best healer? And I give you the best healer, and then they're like, well, just take whatever you can get. Well, of course, if you only have one option for a healer for your party, then take it. But if you have all three options of healers available, I promise you're going to want to have a shaman or druid over a cleric for leveling. Every single time. Like it's just far better to have either of those in your party than a cleric for leveling for like XP groups. They're just far more efficient. The utility of them is just very beneficial, all that kind of stuff. The ultimate team is races against wizards. That would be classist, but okay. This is the only truth in the game. They don't seem to like the DPS classes all that much. It's weird. The wizard and rogues kind of got the shaft. Like really got the shaft. Unfortunately. What's best is so subjective to your situation with this kind of game. Kinda. I mean, there's a clear winner, though, most of the time. On that same topic, we'd be naive to think that classes that have been reworked would never be reworked again. So that in mind, play what you want, because all the classes would change again. They probably will change again, yes. Most likely, they're going to be doing... Well, I know they're going to be doing a balance pass of all the classes at some point. So there's just a lot. There's just a lot really to think about. I mean, people ask all the time, well, what's the best class? And it's a tough topic, right? It's a very tough topic, because what's good today may not be good tomorrow. What's good for this encounter may not be good for this other encounter. You know, there's a lot more to it. Like, I can tell you what's the best class to play right now if you really want to know, but a lot of that could change. They haven't done a deep dive for all the classes yet. So they could change drastically on how they play. They could change drastically on what their role is in a group. All that stuff could change. I won't take rogue, ranger, enchanter in a group if I don't have to. You definitely want to take an enchanter. Every group wants an enchanter. I don't care what they do to enchanter. They're not going to make it to where enchanter is not going to be welcome in a group. That's not going to happen. Like they are the class for a group. The only thing that they could do is try to make another class able to CC as well as an enchanter, like the bard. And you're still probably going to want an enchanter. The classes fall and watch. Some classes get higher demand than before because the challenge is different. Rogues shine a lot because their toolkit is very strong in this environment. Retrieving corpses, scouting, getting their... Well, the only thing that rogues do... Think about it this way, though, right? In Fall and Watch, what do rogues do? They retrieve corpses. The scouting part doesn't matter. You can actually scout better with other classes. So they retrieve corpses. But if you make the right group, you shouldn't have to retrieve corpses. So therefore, you don't really want to have a rogue. And that's the weird thing, right? It's kind of like a cleric. Clerics can res really well, but don't die, and you don't need a cleric. So it's just weird. Like, you just gotta, you know, the out of combat stuff does not equal the in combat stuff. So like, I don't like putting those two together. Just because you have something that's really good out of combat doesn't necessarily make the class welcome and wanted in a group. I mean, it's true. Don't die. You don't need a cleric. I mean, it's pretty much how it works. Enchanter is nice, but my group, my preference won't want a current OP class like last time. You don't want an OP class? You don't want to have the Enchanter because you don't want an OP class in your group? So you're one of those guys that's like, I want to go against the grain on purpose. Okay. I mean, that's fine if that's what you want to do. Nobody's going to stop you from doing that. Well, nobody's going to stop you from doing that. You can do that all day. People may not want to group with you because of that. What does raid composition look like? I haven't played EQ, so I have no clue. I was looking at monks my first try. I might try Beastmaster. Monk is going to be your puller. So in a raid situation, the monk is going to be splitting up mobs and pulling them so that you only get the mobs that you want to fight one at a time. Because I imagine in a raid situation, once they add in like the expeditions, which, you know, they haven't done a lot of this yet. But a monk in a raid might be splitting up two big raid mobs so that you don't fight them at the same time. That would be what a monk would do. And then once they've split them, the monk is just a DPS class. That's literally all they're going to do in a raid is DPS. Made me think of the movie Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. Good movie. I think you'd like it. I watched that one. Yeah, I watched that one. That was like the time traveler type movie where he goes back in time, and isn't this like the last time he's going back and he has to do it right or something? I don't remember. Something like that. Yeah, that was a fun one. Do you need a monk for that or several? I mean, it depends on how they set it up. Like right now, one monk is plenty for pulling most content, but having two monks makes it to where you can kind of chain pull things. So it will probably help in a raid situation to have two monks, but that's all you're really ever going to need. You would have one monk, you know, pull like a group of mobs, and then the second monk would pull off of that monk to split them up, and you would just kind of bounce back and forth that way. But they also made pulling easier, again, with the last patch. Where if you take a monk and you run around a corner and you lose line of sight and you feign death, as long as your feign death doesn't fail, you instantly lose aggro. So the mob can't see you when you stand back up. It won't re-aggro to you. Which I feel like makes it pretty easy to pull as a monk. Cleric still needs a damage component. Don't know how to phrase it. They have one now. It's Cleric DPSing now can be okay. I messed around a little bit with a level 58 Cleric. in a group. I played it the other day, and I was healing for a group going into Fallen Watch. A cleric can melee while still healing, but you have to be careful. You have to figure out how to balance your mana. Keep your mana as low as, or I guess keep it as high as possible. And you kind of have to hope for procs to get the mana regen procs. If you don't get the mana regen procs, then you're going to have to sit down eventually and meditate. So if you have really low proc chance, cleric really does 0 damage because they're going to be sitting down meditating to heal. But they're also balancing the other classes right now. So the druid and shaman, for example, require a little bit more mana, and they need to sit down. Like, now that they've changed cannibalize to a 45-second cooldown, they can't really debuff every single pull and heal every single pull, so they can't really do all of that stuff like they used to. They used to be able to do it really easily, and now they can't do that anymore. They'll run out of mana very quickly, so they have to sit down and meditate and still use cannibalize. Druid's kind of the same thing, because it has it needs to stay in either autumn or spring to add extra mana regen. Otherwise, it's going to be just sitting there and trying to meditate in a group to keep the health of the party up. So, I mean, it's just a balance thing, right? A lot of this stuff is just an imbalance, and they got to figure out how they want to balance stuff, which could change at any point. Your thoughts on Archer for leveling and in-game? Archer is pretty good. It can solo fairly well. It's not the best soloer, but it's above average. Does fairly high DPS in a group. It's got some utility that it can use. The caltrops are actually really nice in places like Fallen Watch, where you can throw caltrops in like a corridor and just snare every mob that comes through there. So that's actually really nice. We use that quite a bit. It might be causing some bugs right now, but it's very beneficial. So yeah, they're going to be doing some decent damage. So yeah, they'll be good. A good class, a good DPS class, with a little bit of utility. Wait, am I not getting oh shoot. My YouTube is not working again. I'm popping out my YouTube chat. I apologize. When is the Bard rework tune-up? Bard is, I don't know, coming soon at some point. Yeah, we don't know when the Bard's coming. Be a lot more Shaman and Druids now due to Sal. So go Cleric, start your group, and have fun. Maybe. If you overpull, a Cleric is good to have, and that happens sometimes. Why is a Cleric good for an overpull? Like, what do they do in an overpull that makes it good? Besides pull aggro and die from trying to heal too much. My current duo is Fighter and Shaman. We would kill for an enchanter. DPS is easy to find. Yeah, I mean, Fighter Shaman is fine. You don't need anything else, honestly. Like, you just literally don't need anything else. Shaman is similar to EverQuest Shaman? It is, yeah. Shaman in this game is very much the exact same as EverQuest Shaman. In many, many ways. Way more healing than other classes. Bubbles, potential to proc Piety for another mana bar. Okay, but how does that help at an overpull? That was the question. How does a cleric, what does a cleric do in an overpull that the other two healers cannot do? Because if they're just healing, if they're just, they just heal more and they bubble, they're just going to pull aggro, guys. Like that's not going to help anything. They're literally just going to pull aggro right off the tank and then they're going to die. That's what's going to happen. You can't just, heal extra. That's not a solution to an overpull in this game. You can tell that I've never played Cleric. I literally just said that I played Cleric the other day. You're not understanding the threat, how the threat works in the game at all. If you think that you can just heal more and win the day, that's not how that works in this game. If as a Cleric and you're just like, oh, we pulled 5 mobs. Oh, just heal through it. You're going to have 4 mobs attacking you as the Cleric, which is going to kill you. And then you cannot heal at all. So you can't just heal more. That doesn't function. If you want to play your Cleric that way, by all means, go for it. But you're going to struggle, especially as you get to higher level. That's not true at all. How is it not true at all? Clerics don't... It's 100% true. If you expect your Cleric to save an overpull, just your Cleric, that's the question. How does a Cleric deal with an overpull? Not how does your group deal with an overpull. How does a Cleric do it? Because in a group setting, if you have an Enchanter, let's say, any healer can deal with an overpull the same freaking way. Is the Enchanter mezzes the mobs, and then the healer heals everybody. Like, the question isn't how does your group deal with it. It is literally how does your Cleric deal with it. Very different question. You won't pull aggro unless you have a bad group. Why? What's preventing you from pulling aggro as a Cleric? Your group has nothing. Your tank has to be able to hold threat against multiple mobs, and you trying to heal, and that's not possible. Trust me, I've played the tanks. I know. And I played the healers. Like, you can't hold threat on multiple mobs if your healer is spamming heals. It doesn't work. Yes, you group. Grouping is not a Cleric. Dude, like, you're trying to argue a point that you're not even understanding the question. What does a Cleric do to prevent or help alleviate an overpull? The Cleric, what does it do? You can't just spam heals. You need to have an Enchanter. Okay, that's a different class. Enchanter mezzes the mobs and prevents them from attacking the Cleric. Cool. The Cleric didn't do anything. The Enchanter did. You need to have an extra tank to off-tank mobs. Cool. That's the extra tank doing something. Has nothing to do with the Cleric. The Cleric just heals. That's what they do. XP res the group when they die. Yes, that is what a Cleric can do. Absolutely. Sometimes it's difficult to stay on topic. This answer is the same point answered before. What's the best class? The answer is not play what you want. The answer is information. Question is, what does a Cleric does different from other healers? Yes, that is the question. What is the Cleric actually doing to help solve problems in a group outside of just heal? Because just healing doesn't solve the problem. Cleric heals way more than other healers. That's what they do different. Why does that matter? Once a player is at 100% health, it's all over healing, which is literally what I said a minute ago. The utility of the shaman, of the druid, is far better. Shaman can slow the mobs. That prevents a lot of damage. So that's what they do. The druid can snare and root the mobs. And try to a little bit of CC to try to split the mobs apart. That's what they do to help alleviate that. A cleric can also root, yes. But my point is that the shaman and druid have far more utility, which makes a big difference. Because the just spam healing is not a resolution to those problems. If I'm on a cleric and I just, okay, I'm going to heal. I'm going to heal this person. I'm going to heal this person. You're going to pull threat. Period. It is going to happen. And your cleric will end up dying from it because they're going to end up with all the mobs on them. Healing is not a solution to that problem, to overpulling. You're not going to be able to keep up with it. It doesn't matter what class you're playing. You're not going to be able to keep up with it. Thank you so much, Merc. I appreciate it. You will lose mana very, very quickly. yeah. Clerics will burn through mana quickly. Very quickly. Where's my... Oh, right there. Yeah, so like you have to understand how the cleric works, especially at higher level. So the assumption here is your group is terrible and won't help you. No, that's not the assumption. You're the one making that assumption. How does a druid deal with an overpull? Right? Oh, you rely on the group. That's what your solution is. Your solution to a cleric helping to deal with an overpull is to lean on the group. That's not a solution that the cleric brings. That's just the group being better. It doesn't matter what your healer is. If your group's good, your group's good, right? I could bring in any of the three healers. If I have a solid 5-party group and all I need is a healer, it doesn't matter if I bring a cleric, a shaman, or a druid. No, it doesn't matter. None of those three, like if I already have an enchanter, I have a good tank, I've got some good DPS, lean on your group. That's your solution. That's not a solution. That's just a good group. The thing is, if you only have like, let's say you only are a duo or a trio and you need to find a healer, which healer do you bring to your party? Always you want to bring in a shaman or a druid over a cleric, almost every single time. But if you have a perfect 5 setup of 5 classes that work well together and all you need is a healer, doesn't matter which healer you bring. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Like, you're literally trying to say that the healer is only as good as their group. And that's not really... Yeah, you're not really making your point. No, the assumption is not that the group is terrible, though. Like, you can overpull without the group. What if I am a duo and it's just me on my fighter and a cleric and I overpull? What's the cleric going to do? Right? They're not going to be able to do much. Not as much as the other two classes. That's the point that I'm trying to make. So when people want to know the difference between the 3 healers, and if it's just like, oh, you just rely on your group all the time, that's not the difference between the healers at all. Cleric can shackle. That's about it. Yep, they can shackle, which is a root. That's about all they got. The only way a cleric can deal with heavy aggro better than the other healers is casting invulnerability. But that's still limited. Yep, they can cast invulnerability, and that lasts for 15 seconds or whatever it is. Yeah, like that's all I'm trying to say, guys. Like, the cleric is good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say the cleric is a bad class. It's a good class, but what it does well is heal. That's it. It just heals. And honestly, you don't need more than 100% healing. In fact, as you get higher level, or as you level, I guess, on a cleric, you're probably never going to be using your heals at the level that you get them. If you do, you're most likely overhealing. Because a healer or a cleric, when they get their biggest heals, it's like 75% of the health of their tank, which is most likely just wasting mana. Unless you wait till the tank is at 10% health and then heal them, in which case you could accidentally not heal them. You could fizzle. Lag spike could happen. A lot of things can happen in those situations. Then your tank dies. Then what are you going to do? You're kind of stuck. You're a smart healer and don't overheal. Yeah, which is much easier to do on a druid or shaman, is my point. So you don't overheal. So you that's the whole point that I'm making. You're literally just reinforcing the point. A cleric usually will have to use lower level spells than what they are so that they don't overheal and waste mana. But a druid or shaman can use the spells that they have at their disposal for the most mana efficiency and the utility of their class. Those combined together makes those two classes better. Cleric in Final Fantasy XI eventually got repose, which is a type of sleep, or a repose. If you pull 3 or more, pretty much game over. Yeah, and that would be kind of cool if they did that, right? If they did that in this game, it's kind of like mixing an enchanter with a cleric, or a healer, I guess. Your cleric using lower level healings. What level is your healer? What level is your cleric? Just out of curiosity, because it sounds like you have no clue what you're talking about when it comes to the higher level game. Or send me a tell in game so I know exactly what level you are. I would love to know where all of your crazy insight is coming from. Because I promise you, I played a level 58 cleric just recently in Fallen Watch, and you don't want to use the highest level heals. They are just, all they do is overheal, and you want to use like a couple levels lower. I think I was using the level 48 heal because it was just it's not worth trying to spend the mana. You heal for far too much. And I'm talking about on like decked out tanks that have the best gear in the game. I got a higher hot, but I don't use it because in order... yeah, you have to wait till the tank drops below 25% health, then heal them, because you're going to be healing for like a level 58. The level 58 cleric is going to be healing for like 3,500 health or something ridiculous on a tank that has maybe 4,000 health, right? Like you got to wait till they're at 500 health, which is one round of attacks from a high level mob to be able to get full efficiency out of the heal. That's my point. Is if you're waiting till the tank is at 500 health and you pray and hope that they don't take a quad attack for 200 damage each, that's 800 damage, by the way, then you're living on the edge, which is, if that's how you want to play the game, go for it. Also eats a ton of mana, at least at level 32. I always use a couple tiers lower on my bar for maintenance healing, and then a big heal for the uh-oh moment. Exactly, yeah. Hoping the crit, yeah, fingers crossed the crit doesn't happen right at the wrong time kind of thing. Yeah, like you just, yeah. I promise you guys, you don't want to be like waiting and trying to play the game that way. It's not a good habit to learn. It's not a good habit to learn at low levels. If you heal a DPS, you 100% gonna overheal. Oh yeah, every time. Otherwise, you got to have multiple different heals on your bar. Like, a DPS takes a little bit of health. That's the thing about it, is like the druid and the shaman don't generally have to heal their DPS because they just give them regen. And the regen will most likely take care of most of that healing. It'll just kind of heal them up over time, and you don't ever have to then target them and heal them. So these are just all different reasons why the cleric is just not as good in a group setting as the other two healers. I can just put a Bramble shield on someone and boom, aggro. Yeah, exactly. Aggro in this game, buffs and stuff like that are a lot of aggro. So, down ranking is a standard strategy. It sure is. Yeah, it's a normal strategy in MMOs, which is why I don't understand why anyone would argue against it. Like, it happens all the time as you down rank because it's unnecessary. Like, I don't know why anybody would be like, no, you're playing wrong. You're an idiot if you're doing that. Like, that's a very normal strategy. How is it that Shaman's group escape thing? I haven't gotten it. So the Shaman group escape is good, and it can be very beneficial. But it is a 30-minute cooldown. And the escape part of it only lasts for like 6 seconds. So you have to, if you use the escape, you get Invis, you get IVU, you get a mana regen, you get a health regen, all stacked on top of each other, and 6 seconds of kind of all threat is gone for 6 seconds. But after those 6 seconds, anybody can re-aggro something, in which case you could be right back in the mix. So you got to be very careful with how you use it. But it's a very good skill if used properly. It isn't normal in modern MMOs. It's a thing in EQ. It was in EQ. It's in World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy. It's in a lot of games. Of course, those are not modern. Sure, it depends on what you consider modern, but like, is a modern MMO one that's been developed in the last 5 years, or one that just continues to be a thing currently, Why is everybody so freaking argumentative today? What is wrong with you guys? Just chill. My God. Well, actually, World of Warcraft hasn't had... Who cares, guys? Jesus. What is wrong with y'all today? I come back from a freaking weekend and everybody just wants to be like argumentative. Like, what the heck? Even EQ Cleric for a complete heal. Maybe that's what I'm missing. Yeah, like the complete heal rotation thing, yeah. Anyway, I'm not talking about other games. I'm talking about this game, right? So, like, I don't care what other games do or don't do. I'm talking about this game. Downranking is a good thing in this game. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I didn't say anything about modern games. I'm not saying anything about other games. I'm saying this game in particular, you might want to downrank certain spells. It's a very normal thing to do, and it's better to do for mana conservation. Jump over from YouTube. Welcome. Welcome back. I hope you had a good time. I did. We had a very good time. Yeah, it was nice and relaxing. I know the devs for this also worked in EQ. That's why I made the comparison. That's all. A couple of the devs did, yes. Like the lead dev was on the EQ team, and they're making this game very similar to like an EverQuest style of combat. So yeah, I mean, it's a fine comparison to make. It's very easy to make a comparison to this, from this game to EverQuest. Absolutely. Absolutely. But when people ask me the question of like, what's the better healer, I'm going to give you the answer. And you can disagree with that all you want, but what I'm saying is not inaccurate. And that's where I'm like, really, guys? Really? Well, actually, nobody likes somebody like that. I'm going to be the contrarian to everything that this guy says. Look at me go. I enjoy this game. Gives me the classic feel with a lot of modern changes. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what they're going for. I feel like they're still a little bit too... They try to make it a little bit too classic, you know? Like, hey, let's specifically program in the lack of quality of life, you know? Like what? Why are we doing that? It's weird. Spellblade feels fun, but not sure how it'll be later on. I'm not a big fan of the Spellblade, but that's because I don't like stance dancing, and to me the Spellblade, you don't have to stance dance with it if you don't want to, but for me the stance dancing, it just feels like you're not doing enough if you don't swap stances, to me, right? So it feels like you're supposed to do stance dancing, but I don't like that. That's kind of where I'm at with it. I'm just not a fan of that play style. But I mean, if you like to do stance dancing, then by all means, do it. By the way, Vor, I did see you. Hello, how are you? Sorry, I'm getting distracted by silly people. How to record a video using Windows snipping tool and upload it to YouTube. So tonight I'll try my level 1. Yeah. Nobody's saying you can't do it. You can't go from Night Harbor to Keeper's Bite through Vale of Zintar. The point is that it's not necessarily easy to do. It's like those videos that you watch where somebody does they like take a dart and they throw it at something and it's got to go through these 3 hoops perfectly and then hit the dead center like bullseye. They don't do that on their first try. You guys realize that, right? Like they don't. It usually takes a lot of tries and they finally get it. Then they record it and they're like, "See, it's easy." Like it's not how that works. It's funny. It's funny that people think that they do it on their first try. They do not. I got some good news and hopefully becomes reality. I asked for confirmation in Sean's stream, and he said that October 1st EA is set in stone, not slated or scheduled. Uh-oh. And that they'll correct the information on the homepage and other platforms sometime next week. Also, welcome back. Hope your family visit was good. It was very good, yeah. That's awesome. You know, saying that it's set in stone. Fantastic. I think anything is possible. Anything is absolutely possible. It could not come out October 1st because of weird things happening, but yeah. Hopefully it does come out October 1st. That's the plan. That's what the plan has been. I think that it's going to be more detrimental to them than helpful if they release it, or if they extend it, if they push it back at all. So hopefully they don't do that. Sean says a lot of stuff. He does. He does say a lot. Sometimes he says so much that he says very little. It's weird. But yes, I think that the October 1st date is pretty solid at this point. They also did the Deep may not be totally ready for October 1st, but they're pretty confident it will be ready. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Ask Sean about Charm. You get a 15-minute sermon about something completely unrelated. He won't respond to Charm anymore, yeah. I've noticed that. Like, they responded to Charm saying that it is clearly too powerful. Like, those weren't the exact words, but yes, Charm is too strong, but they won't elaborate on what their plan is to change it. Reworks will be done by the time of early release. Maybe. I think their plan is to have the reworks and like how the class plays by October 1st, so that people aren't surprised by the play style, right? And I think that's what people are afraid of, is starting a class October 1st based on what they played in a previous open or closed beta or whatever in a previous test, and then the class is drastically different. Like the Beastmaster, if I had played the Beastmaster in every single open test or alpha or beta or whatever, if I had played it in every single test up to the point of the rework, and then never actually played the rework, and then I decided to play that for October 1st, I'm going to be like, what the heck is this class? It's completely different. You know, it's now a martial DPS class with very little spells. Like, it actually has like 1 or 2 spells. That's it. It doesn't have much at all. So, yeah, like that's the thing that I'm concerned with, is that they're going to continue to make drastic changes like that are going to leave people like wondering what the heck is going on. Am I crazy for preparing the previous version? Preferring the previous version? I don't think you're crazy for that. I think a lot of people like it because it's got a lot of utility. Utility in this game is far better than some people realize. All healers. The healers are done. Yeah, we have the Paladin, the Shadow Knight, the Ranger, the Bard, the Elementalist, the Necromancer. All of those still need to come. I may be missing something else, but those definitely need to. We still need to see. Which is why Wizard is such a travesty, having so little of both utility and damage. Yeah, it feels bad to me. I do appreciate that they're completely honest with the Mako, the subscription landing page. They mention that our class might change very much during EA, which is why they're launching fresh servers for 1.0. Sure, investing 500 plus hours to have to re-roll on a fresh server again sucks. That's what's annoying to me. It's more so you start paying for EA. Like what I don't like, and I'm very honest about this, is we're paying for a product on early access. We are no longer testers of the product, in my opinion, right? But we are still treated as such. It's a problem that they did with Pantheon. It's a problem with Ashes of Creation. And now it's going to end up being a problem with this game. You know, to me, early access should not be a testing phase. But I'm waiting some months after October or 1.0. Too many things, major systems, past trade skill. Yeah, a lot of things going to change for sure. I wouldn't recommend, like, if you're not willing to accept those things, then don't play October 1st. I mean, I'm willing to accept them. I understand they're going to change. It is annoying, but you know, I understand that things will change. Rogue rework, if you can call it that, is done and the class is horrible. That's what they plan to release with. Well, the rework is done. You have to be able to get the separate. You have to separate rework and balance, right? Those are two different things. So the rework is done in the sense that this is how the class is planned to be played. The idea is that you're going to be a martial class. You're going to want to be behind the mob to do backstabs, to do damage. You're going to want to level up poisons to be able to get different types of damage or utility or other things like that. That's how the class is meant to be played. That doesn't necessarily mean that is going to be the overall balance of the class, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not going to add in new poisons or add in new abilities or take away new abilities. They're giving you the foundation of how the class is meant to be played. That's it. That is literally it. So that's the problem that people have to kind of separate in their minds. Is that, like, you can't go into any of these classes right now going, this is it, that's the end. They're not changing these classes anymore. No, they will be changing all of the classes more via balance, like number tweaks, you know, adding new abilities, stuff like that. It's literally play style. Do you like that play style? Rogue mains, welcome to the wizarddom where the rework's done and your balance doesn't matter yet, apparently. Yeah. They literally said they're stopping with balance. Don't think he is seeing the YouTube chat. No, I am. I'm seeing YouTube chat. I'm just trying to read back and forth. How do you nerf an ability like Charm? There's a lot of ways to nerf Charm. I've talked about it I don't know how many times. Too many times to count. They could... and it's not really nerfing, it's just rebalancing Charm. Like, make it a channeled spell, reduce the amount of DPS output that your charmed enemy does. You know, make it. There's many different ways you could do it. We have talked about it so many times, so many times. Increase its reuse timer. That's another one. Make it a make it a longer recast time with a shorter duration. That's another way to balance. There's a lot of ways you could balance charm, a lot. And it's just a matter of which one they're going to choose, which they don't apparently want to talk about. Some games have been EA for years. Doesn't make it right, but it is how the landscape seems to lean. It does, yeah. It's definitely where the landscape is going. You're not wrong about that. I personally don't like it. I don't. That's another thing we've talked about a lot here is EA stuff. To me, EA should be exactly what the term implies, which is early access to a more complete game, in my opinion. Like you're just accessing the game early. It's not a beta test. It's not an alpha test. It's not a test. Test is not part of the term, right? And that's where it kind of gets me is so many of these developers are going in to early access as a testing phase. It's not early testing. It's not, it's early access to the game. And I feel like what it's doing is it's confusing the casual player, the players that don't keep up with those things. Some of us that are on Twitch all the time and on YouTube all the time, and we keep up with game development, we watch dev streams, we understand what's happening and what's probably going to come out of it. But it dupes the common average person into thinking that the product that they're getting is going to be different. Kind of like No Man's Sky, when Sean Murray, isn't that his name? That's the developer. When he went on all the talk shows and stuff, and he was talking about No Man's Sky, and he was boasting about it, like all these things that it's going to be able to do. And then we actually get the game, and we're like, wait a minute. He didn't lie about it, but he definitely exaggerated a lot of things about No Man's Sky, right? He made it seem like it was a different game than it is. And the average gamer kind of got duped into thinking it was going to be a different game. And I think that's what's happening now with a lot of these early access games. And it does feel kind of bad. It feels very rug pull, right? It definitely feels very rug pull. I'm not saying it is a rug pull. I'm just saying it feels like it could be very easily. He just lied about what was in the game, though. Well, the way that he said it wasn't really a lie, but it made it seem like it was something else, That's what I felt was weird about that. You're discovering planets with other players, and you're able to name them and all that. He made it sound like you're actually playing with other people. He never said you actually play with other people. He said there were other people discovering planets. So it's just a matter of like how it was worded. And that's what didn't sit right with me with that whole No Man's Sky thing. And the same thing is happening to a lot of these other games. It just feels bad. They can also make mobs more resistant to charm. They could do that, yeah. May not change charm at all, but rather how it affects mobs or the players in PvP. Yeah, we have no idea what they're going to do with charm because they won't tell us. They're not talking to us about how it's going to be resolved. Probably because no matter what they say on how they want to change charm, it's going to cause a huge argument in the community. That's my guess. And they don't want people to get back on that charm bandwagon of how the devs are wrong with charm and etc. Like they probably just don't want to deal with that. They're too scared to tell us. I think they are, yeah, for that reason. Like they're afraid of the backlash from charm. If they say something like Charm is going to be on a long cooldown with a short duration, people are going to freak out about that. If they say that Charm is going to be nerfed, the DPS output of a charmed enemy is nerfed by 50%, people are going to freak out about that. Like, it doesn't matter what they do. They made their bed. They did. They absolutely did. Like, it doesn't matter what they say about Charm, it's going to start a huge debate. So that's why I think they're just not talking about it. They may not change Charm, but rather how it affects. Yeah, the Eminem equivalent of being something like, if you understood the grand design in an effort to explain things. Yeah, that happens quite a bit with the devs in this community. Well, we have plans for the future. Like, that's the Pantheon problem that this dev team has in some ways embraced is, well, our plans in 10 years are this, so therefore we have to start working up to them now, and that's why we're doing this over here today, is because of our plan way in the future. And I mean, there's some merit to that, right? There's always some merit to that, but it does feel bad for the players currently playing. It's going to feel really bad. Like, a lot of what this dev team is doing is for plans in 1.0, you know, where they want things to be at 1.0, which is in an undetermined amount of time in the future. They have not said when 1.0 will release. So players are saying, okay, well, why are you changing it today when it doesn't affect anything until sometime down the road? You know, and it's tough. Like, the devs, they have a point, but it's tough for the players to realize that point. Leaving nerfing the charm to the absolute last possible minute remind me of how I always did at schoolwork. Yeah. I don't know why they're waiting until the last minute. I have no idea. Maybe they want it to be a like thing. Hey, we nerf charm for the start of EA, but not any time during beta or alpha. So it's going to come in where it's possibly balanced, possibly not balanced. Maybe it's more powerful than it was. Maybe it's less powerful. Who knows? Like, who knows how it's going to come in? They might just release it in early access and be like, well, they'll figure it out. Selling hopes and promises while at the same time using the EA tag as a shield for any criticism seems to be standard now. It is, yeah, it is standard now. And that's not just for this dev team. That's for every dev team. You know, like, this is our game. This is what we want our game to be, and all these lofty goals. And then as soon as you find one thing wrong with it, well, it's EA, guys. It's EA. It's EA. We're not going to get it right yet because it's still EA. You realize that 1.0 is going to come out, and there's still going to be problems with the game. You know, like, they just, I don't know, embrace it now. Hey, just let people know. We agree, we disagree. This is not the plan. This is the plan. Whatever. That's all I know. Mind me asking what you're doing with the cloth and leather armor in your bags there? Yeah, I usually give it to my other character, and I make bags for people or make bandages. Right now I'm making bandages for this character with the cloth. The leather I usually use to make backpacks for people. Pantheon, they removed Charm temporarily. It completely wrecked this static group. The Enchanter said, I won't play without Charm. Switch to Rogue. We could do dungeons anytime. Then our tank main change to Enchanter. The Ranger main tank, or main change to a tank. It was a cluster. Yeah, that's gonna happen. Did they ever put Charm back into Pantheon? I think they finally added it back in, right? Did they take it away again, or they just added it back in? Giving players the ability to charm is itself overpowered. They can do all the things, still OP compared to other classes. May as well accept it. Well, you got to think about it. Like, think about it in other types of entertainment, like movies. Charm in a movie, where you have you have a player charm or a character in the movie charm another character in the movie, and a lot of times they're fighting it, right? So why not just reduce the effectiveness of the charmed creature? I could reduce the effectiveness of the charmed creature by 50% because I am trying to fight that charmed creature through our minds. My mind is more powerful than their mind. I'm not able to control them 100%. Therefore, their effectiveness should be lower. Right? It just makes sense. It just totally makes sense. Because they're trying to not do what you're trying to force them to do. So you're combating them mentally. So why should they have 100% control over their physical, or why should you have 100% control over their physical abilities? You know, people already fight with themselves about their physical prowess. You know, it's mind over matter. It's literally it's a saying. So there's definitely ways that you could make the lore work. Surprised you checking out Rothold with your Beastmaster? Well, I don't know. We're going to do something probably with the group here in a little bit. I don't know when we're going to do something with the group, but hopefully soon. Your software engineer, we call it MVP. Yeah. Hope these devs do not do the shady stuff that EQ Legends have done. Yeah, they were even worse. Like, I am so glad that I didn't play EQ Legends and I did not give them any money. Like, holy moly, guys. So glad. You can extrapolate changes to charm during EQ to changes to classes, which will happen. It'll upset people who reroll or just leave. Oh yeah, it's definitely gonna happen. Like, I don't expect to go into early access or even 1.0 without big changes happening. Like, they're going to be happening. I mean, that's the thing about this game, and it's an MMO, right? MMOs are never finished. They're never complete. So, you know, that's... They can always lean on the... Like, all devs of all MMOs can always lean on the excuse, it's never complete. But to me, that doesn't excuse just bad games, you know, in a bad dev team. EverQuest Golden Age into a Planes of Power. Yeah, but it wasn't perfect. Even up to Planes of Power, it wasn't perfect. It definitely still had its issues. What the EQL guys? The EQ Legends, it was Daybreak's decision. It's not really the people that developed EQ Legends. It was Daybreak as a company. They just kept adding different ways to pay for the game. Like, they were like, oh, there's gonna be a $9.99 sub. And then there's like, oh, we're going to add a box price. But if you pay the box price, you get to play in the closed beta prior to it releasing. So a lot of people did that. Then the day that it released, a few weeks after the box price with the beta, the closed beta that you could pay to get into, they're like, oh, by the way, we're also going to have these microtransactions. Then the day that it released, they're like, oh, by the way, we're also going to sell every single expansion of the game. Every 3 months, we're going to have an expansion that you have to buy. They just kept adding in, like, as people were putting money into it, they're finding more ways to charge people more money. The Daybreak special, that's what it was. But they waited until people had already invested before they told them about the additional cost. It's kind of like drugs, you know? Hey, I'll give you this one for free because you're going to come back later for more. I invited Spearhawk. I invited him like 3 times. Am I not the leader anymore? Yeah, I've invited you. Here we go. I don't know what's going on. Daybreak is just pumping EQ for everything he can. Yeah, yeah. They're supposed to be selling it or something is what people are saying. Planes of Power was blessing. How could you say otherwise? No, Planes of Power, like up to Planes of Power was great. You know, EverQuest is great. All I'm hoping is EA that there isn't a ton of latency issues. Hard judge from the beta servers. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with that. Like these beta servers, every once in a while, definitely have some lag issues. Latency's not a big deal, though, right? Not in this game. EQ Legends have been epic as a single-player offline game. It would have been great, yeah. I don't know why they did it the way they did it. Even more critically, during beta, you had access to unlimited loadouts. Oh yeah. Massive bank space for storage, exactly. And then they're like, a week before it released, they're like, we're taking all of that away, and we're now charging you microtransactions for it. They literally took it away. But they gave it to you during the beta to try things out. Got you used to playing in that way. It was so much of a bait and switch, man. Yeah, I don't like Daybreak. Never got into EQ. Yeah. Can't blame them. People gladly pay for it. They do. They do pay for it. But what's funny is those people that pay for it in that game are the ones that come over here to this game and are like $15 a month. Oh my gosh. EverQuest is only charging $10 a month. And it's like you realize $15 a month gets you this entire game and you can't pay for extra. There's no box price. There's none of that. Well, nope. Still $15 a month. It's just hilarious to me. Their most recent roundtable revealed they're working on adding ways to earn more loadouts via gameplay. They're getting a decent amount of blowback on these choices. Yeah. Can't buy a double AA potion in this game. I'm out. Right? Like, that's the one that really got me, right? People were like, what? It's not pay to win. Literally, you can get AAs twice as fast if you give them money. That's kind of pay to win. Well, it's not pay to win because it's a PvE game. There's no winning in a PvE game. Okay, then you've clearly never played a competitive PvE game before. It's just so funny, the people that defend it. It's hilarious. They will spin it around 15 different ways to make it sound okay. All right, if you say so. If you want to keep throwing your money at him. Oh no, I'm going to freak out because this guy pulled one of my mobs. Ah! That happened to me the other day over here. I pulled a mob and somebody was just like, "Oh, you realize I'm pulling those, right? Oh my gosh." I'm like, there's a lot of mobs up. Like, there's still a bunch. Guy got super mad at me for pulling a mob. Oh, I definitely know how it works. Yeah, Italica. We got to petition first so that we win the petition. Because what's going to happen if I don't petition, here's what ends up happening. I go and I pull a mob in a minute, like one of those mobs over there where that guy was, and he gets mad at me and he's like, I've been pulling these. And then he petitions me and then I get in trouble. That's how it usually works. It's how it's happened to me multiple times. I'm clearing a camp and yeah, somebody petitions me after I've been there for 6 hours clearing the camp. It's crazy. But Isar trained him too? He always does, yeah. He constantly trains people. It's his favorite thing to do. People who defend it are the ones who aren't willing or can't spend the time. They defend these purchases by claiming they won't be able to play without. So we traded poop sockers for wallet openers. That's true, yeah. Hey, what's up, Isar? Yeah, that's basically what happens. Like, what I don't understand though, and maybe you guys have some better insight than I do on this. I'm going to tell you how I feel about it. And you tell me if you agree or disagree. But I feel like the people that want those features be able to pay for convenience and pay to advance faster, those kind of things, they do it. They pay for all those things, and then they end up quitting the game sooner. Because they're like, okay, well, I'm done with everything. Like, I finished the game. I've completed the game. You know, whatever. Every single time, they're the ones that just like, all right, well, I quit. That's what you told Tam last week. Whoever calls the cops first is whose side, even if the one who called them is the robber. Yep. It happens almost every time. Petition first, ask questions later. It seems to be the norm. I remember when monks would gather huge pools, then dump them at your feet with feigned death and try to clear camps they wanted. The good old days. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You can still do that on a PvP server. That's allowed. It's weird. There's a reason why there's a lot of controversy surrounding EQL devs. They're horrible people. Yeah. I don't know if it's the devs or just Daybreak, but yeah. The more I watch Eminem, the more I see how much more fleshed out the game seems to be than Pantheon, and I love Pantheon for what it had. Pantheon was great. Yeah, they just keep trying to add too much. The scope creep that they kept calling it. That's the problem with Pantheon. They keep just wanting to add more and more and more without fixing what they have. I'm starting to see that in this game a little bit. Like, instead of fixing things, they're just like, well, let's add this other feature that will mask the problem or something. And it's like, maybe you shouldn't do that. Do you want to watch the show or the recaps? Same energy. For what? Oh, you're talking about yeah, for the wallet people that just spend money. Make one pure realm. The devs ain't hard. One non-microtransaction server. Yeah, they could do that. But even then, it's not the same because even if you do something like that, the it all boils down to the community and how the community perceives it. Honestly, you can't do that on a PvP server because there's not enough people to form groups to train at. Nice. Zing. I mean, I agree with that. Yeah, the PvP server, like, it's pretty much all but died now, right? How many people are on that PvP server today? Does anybody know? Wait, the metrics are on the website. Where are the metrics on the website? Somebody told me they were on there. That they actually post them. Is it under Community Hub somewhere? Server metrics. Daily active people. Look at those numbers. Online right now versus online right now. Like, it's just, ever since they made that change, it's going straight into the dumpster. I mean, just saying, this number hasn't changed on the PvE. This number has just been going down. I mean, it's just clear to me. They don't want to balance the classes for PvP. Well, that's the whole thing. That's the thrill about this game, is that things are not balanced. And, you know, one class is going to just be better than another class in PvP. And people like that. And I mean, I get it. I'm okay with it. And it works in a closed setting, right? It works in like a it works in a small area, a small space with specific people. It's kind of like a roleplay server. You create a roleplay server in hopes that people that roll on the server all want to roleplay. But you end up getting a bunch of people that don't want to roleplay. But they're pretending that they're roleplaying. And then there's like that whole thing starts. You know, it's the same thing. It's on the internet, you know. The numbers say a lot of people log in and don't really like the game. You talk, oh, the overall numbers? Maybe. Monthly says a lot since it has only been a week since the change. Yeah. We gotta give it some time before those monthly numbers actually start to work themselves out. Pretending to roleplay is redundant, but I get it. Yeah, it is redundant. I see what you're saying, but you understand what I mean. Like, people go in and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna roleplay a jerk," and they're just gonna run around and just be a jerk to everybody. You know, like, okay, you're just being yourself. You're not really roleplaying. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just weird. I'm gonna name my character, you know, Snot-Faced Booger Kid, because that's my roleplay character. That's what my parents called me when I was growing up as a halfling in Phalandraw. They called me Snot-Faced Booger Kid. So I named my character. That's like, no, you're just trying to, like, and I know I'm trying to use very PC family friendly names, but you get what I'm trying to say here, right? You know, hey, Poop Face. Instead of Poop Face, though, they use a different word. And well, that's my roleplay name. No, it's not. You're just trying to be extra. Like, you know exactly what you're doing. We all know exactly what you're doing. Where do you find the wasp with the black striped body instead of a common yellow one? They're all the same. If you oh, you're talking about the difference between these two right here? I don't know. They might be a different like drone versus worker wasp or something. They could also be level based. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably level based. The drones in Keeper's Bite are the black striped ones. There you go. So yeah, get the drones are the higher level ones. Yeah, I got mine at level like 5 or something, 6. There's a lot of people taking a break before EA. They are, yeah. A lot of it is not that people are not liking the game. They're not wanting to burn themselves out. You're pretending to be a dude, pretending to be another dude. Exactly. Warlord gets it. He knows what I'm talking about. I just got back from a few month break. What's going on? What's up, baby? How are you? Yeah, I highly recommend right now, like, you know, take a break. If you know the class you're gonna play, and you know, and you just kind of leveled up a few classes to level 10 or 20 or something, you're just like, I'm good until the game comes out. Yeah, take a break. You know, whatever. Not a big deal. Does your pet level with you, or does it get its own separate levels in XP? Both-ish, but the pet can only be up to your level, but it does get its own separate level in XP. So once you level, the pet gains XP from that point until it hits your level again. But it does level faster than a player does. It needs about maybe 25% of the XP that you need per level. You loving the Shaman? It's so versatile. Shaman's good. Yeah, it's a solid class for sure. Just got a beta key last week, so I haven't been trying a lot of stuff. Might still take a break. Yeah, they're going to shut it down at least a week before early access starts. So no matter what, you're going to have a week off of the game. So just, plan accordingly. By 12, spellcasters have most of their toolkit. It's nice. Level test things. Yeah, I would say get them at least to 20. That's just my preference. Like, if you want to try a class and know if it's going to be good or not for you, you probably need to play it at least until 20. So I would recommend whatever class you play, like play them all to 10 to see which one you like. And then the ones that you like, play those to 20 to make sure that you're still going to like them. The reason I say that is some classes change drastically at level 20. Or up to level 20. For example, your Paladin, Shadow Knight, and Inquisitor don't even get double attack until 20. So they feel really bad from, like, compared to the fighter, they feel really bad from 10 to 20. From level 1 to 10, they're level 1 to 9, they're the exact same. From 10 to 20, the fighter is far better than all three of the other tanks because they get dual wield and double attack before the other class gets even double attack. But then after 20, it starts to feel a little bit better. The fighter still being a little bit better than two of them. Anyway, you get my point, is that it starts to feel it can change. It can change. The Spellblade is another good example. You don't even get all of your stances until level 16 or 17. So you don't really know how the stance dancing works until 16 or 17. And I think you don't even get all your abilities, like different ability lines, until 24. So it again changes some more at level 24. Mess of Paladin after rework? Yeah, I would recommend that too right now, for sure. I lump EQL in the same genre as Diablo 3. Absolutely, yeah. Diablo, Path of Exile, and EverQuest Legends, they're action RPGs that are played with that have other people online in the same world, but they're action RPGs. Yeah, they're not a true MMO in my opinion. I would not classify them as an MMO. Oops. I'm leaning towards Monk or Druid currently. Need to say the Bard rework. Bard needs its rework badly, yeah. Some people roll on RP just to get away from the garbage player names. Some people do, and then you still get garbage player names. You know? Or they hide their, this is another RP issue. They hide their ability to be jerks behind roleplay. Like I'm going to use Lord of the Rings as an example. I'm going to create a dwarf, and I don't want to invite a player to my party. I'm going to be like, yeah, you can't join my party because you're an elf. You know, and it's like, no, you just don't like that person. And then like another player comes along that's a friend of yours, and you're like, oh, but they're like my Legolas. You know, they're my only elven friend because I'm role playing. And it's like, no, you're not. You're just trying to find ways to, you know, like, and I guess it is role playing, yes, but they're not doing it for role playing reasons sometimes. They're just trying to be jerks to other people. So I don't know. I just don't like that kind of stuff with the role play servers. So I don't know. In an online game, I love role playing. Like in D&D, or I'd go to play a LARP or something. Even in LARPs these days, if you've played a LARP in the last, I don't know how long, but people just don't role play. They don't LARP the same way that they used to. I mean, I got into LARPs when I was a teenager, and people would be like, they would role play all the time. But then as we got older and LARPs got at one point more popular, and you get more people involved in them, people just start to run around and they start to power game it, you know? Like, people go to the roleplay server because they know that they can make a dominant guild on the roleplay server and be able to kill all the raid bosses, because they're like, oh, everybody else on here just wants to roleplay, and we're gonna roleplay dragon killers, you know, or whatever. And really what they're doing is they're just power gamers that are, you know, found an easier way to power game. Elementalist would need a rework. Elementalist is supposed to get a rework, yeah, at some point. Hopefully soon. It needs it badly. I'm leaning towards Monk. I read that one. Let's see. I think that might just be Protector named mob from Evershade Well with the black stripes. You talking about the wasp? Yeah, this wasp. So my wasp is the one with the more the golden tail. So basically, you can have I guess it's kind of like a tiger, right? Is it black with orange stripes or orange with black stripes? Which one is it? One is black. I say this one's the black one with orange stripes or gold stripes, and this one is the gold one with black stripes. They're just inverted colors is all they are. This is the lower level wasp. This is a higher level wasp. That's it. So I got mine at like level 5 or 6, and the other person got theirs at level like 15 or something. E-Star, did we want to do something? Are you still in chat? I figured we'll do something today. We got. I assume we still have a lot of Fallen Watch to go through and camp and all that. You sent me. Oh, you sent me a text. IRL. Wait, did I get a text? I didn't get a text, did I? My girlfriend said nobody's texting me. She must have access to my phone. She probably does. She's a little snooper like that. Oh, game. Oh, in game. Oh, you can't one group stuff? Can you not? Really? Is it just not possible to one group? I mean, I think you can once we learn it, but it's probably going to be really challenging. It's too hard? Really? Well, what do we want to do? Do we want to try to go and create a group and get as many people as we can together and try to do stuff? Repop is the repop for the rats was 3 minutes, right? But not the main mobs? Oh, to get clear. Okay. Sounds good. But there's so many. Oh, there's a ton of rats. Yeah, you kind of like. I'm wondering if we can fight in, because like you technically don't have to kill the rats, and I wonder if that's the part of the trick is just yeah, somebody needs to get those boots and stuff. I wonder if that's part of the trick is you're supposed to split off the mobs that are not the rats because the rats don't aggro and just get them all to reset. We can do stables and then stabilize there and move up. All right, let's do that. Let's get together. Let's try something. Yeah, we can do that. Let's wrap up here. I gotta figure out where I am anyway. Make sure Dory's here. Yeah, I don't know. Is Dory... Vor, do you know if Dory's on or available? Let me get on. Are we getting on the Rampage Discord or are we getting on Bangarang? You tell me where we're gonna go. I don't know what's going on. Rothold's pretty. Rothold looks good from what I've seen. I haven't really been in there doing too much inside of it, though. All right, why am I up top here? What's going on here? Oh, this is the entrance over here. Okay. I don't know why Kaz put me all the way out there. That was weird. Weird place, Kaz. Weird place. Oh, when you zone out of the ravine, it puts you up there? Okay, that makes sense. Alright, well, I'm down for whatever. I don't know why he was using AoE. I don't know why he had this on my bar. Was an AoE taunt every 10 minutes helping? What goes here? Wait a minute. No, not that one. Okay, that's good. What was I... Oh, shield. The shield thing. Okay. Did they finally fix... They fixed second wind, right? I'm curious how much this heals for now. Where's my vengeance procs? Didn't they up the vengeance procs? Oh, I'm not in a stance. What the heck? Why am I not in a stance? Whoops. Yeah, my stance got turned off. Oopsie-daisies. Oh, there we go. Second wind. How much is that healing for? 63. Okay. I mean, this is... What are these con, actually? These green, right? Yeah, these are green. But the, why is it using my second wind immediately? Dude, this is going to be like a solo player's dream zone right here with how fast that these rats respawn at the zone end. It's like a solo player's dream. Is my, using 8? Why is this using second wind? I'm not even pushing the second wind button. Am I? Oh, wait a minute. It's used. Ah, okay. I see what's going on. I see what's going on. I know what I did. Did you get a reply as to what was causing the trains down? There's a couple things causing the trains, but no, I don't know exactly. Let me zone these out. I don't want to sit here and fight these all day. Like, I meant to just fight one to test something. Wait a minute, did I do... Second wind consumes 1 stack of vengeance. It's currently consuming 5 stacks of vengeance. Awesome. Great. That's what I want to happen. I did not get the thing, apparently, that I need to get, I guess. It's fairly common, but you can't try again. 18-hour debuff falls off. Yeah, I guess I got bone chips. I'm gonna need food. Kaz didn't replenish my food. Thanks, Kaz. Have they added more quests, NPCs, and other zones yet? I mean, they've added more. I don't know how many you're looking for. There are quests in the game, yes. So what am I have? The mental anguish? Your intelligence? No, not that one. Deeply disturbed. It's a disease. Can you not? Have you guys tried to cure this disease? Oop, not that one. Deeply disturbed. No, it's not a disease. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'll try again later. If you got to Mia and Fallen Pass, the debuff gets reduced from 18 hours. If you go to Mia, where's Mia located? Top of the ramp from Shaded Dunes to the stables. Okay. Okay. Well, we could check that out at some point. Yeah, I'll just have to get the... I guess there's a recipe that you get out of this. And then you can craft the item, I guess, with survival. What does it take to craft it with survival? Is it like a high skill, or is it pretty easy? I need to go to town and buy food and make some sharpening stones. Hey Vor, you wanna take me to town? Oh, that's Sam. Never mind. Well, dagnabbit. Enchanting recipe, which is somewhat high skill. Resin plus that green powder from in here, and that resin plus wood makes the torch. So resin plus the green powder, which is this green powder here. I've got a bunch of that. All right. Well, I'll get it, I guess, eventually, and I'll be able to make stuff. Do I need to make a bunch of them, or what? Let me jump in Discord. The Discord. They remove the blessing buff of enemies so they can't crit or something. Okay, we probably need it for just the high level stuff. All right. Well, I will make sure to work on that, and we'll get that. I want to try this. I want to try to make sure Second Wind is actually using up all of the stacks of Vengeance, because it seems like it is. I got 2, 3. No, it just used 1. That's weird. And we can use Vengeance. Okay. It is just using 1. I felt like it was using all of them for some reason. Does anybody have extra food? Alright, because I'm going to run out. Uh-huh. I got Amino code from a Twitch stream, so I don't seem like getting a friend code ever. Anyone got a spare one? Get your friend in. Uh-oh. Rat-row. Yeah, I already did the thing. I can't get it. Dang right I am. Yeah, they gotta do something to Paladin. It's a bad class right now. Yeah, they can stun and heal themselves. Yeah, that's true. That actually does help. I mean, that's definitely their intent, is I think to make the fighter better at tanking, but it shouldn't be. I don't know. They just gotta do something with the Paladin. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem right now. Is you get a Paladin, you just feel bad. Like, I guess we got a tank, you know, it's better than nothing. It's the same thing I feel about like clerics right now. Like you're better off getting a shaman or a druid, at least for most XPing, and then you get a cleric and you're like, well, I guess we have somebody that can heal. He was on a little bit ago. When I first got on, he was on. I'm not sure if the shield block is worth it or not. Do we find out any more info about the pages? Oh, that's good. Yeah, I've got it in my or my bank, but I don't think they can use it anymore. But I don't know. We could, yeah, any of them could drop in here, I guess. So second wind will do 63 times 5. So that would be 320 or 310 or whatever it is. So shield block would ultimately be better. Watch a video from, I want to say 11 months ago. Any updates as to what you think are the best 3 solo classes? This best 3 solo classes right now, which is going to probably change. Well, I don't know. Necromancer is the best solo class in the game, period. It's always going to be the best. It's just got all the things it's going to need. Right now, though, Enchanter and Druid, I would say, are the other top 2 for the total, for all 3 best. They're going to be your best overall, but the Enchanter and Necromancer both of those need to have their deep dive still, so that could change when they modify the charm of the Enchanter. That could change. Thematically, I can't see. Yeah, Necro is always going to be a top solo class. Like, you're pretty much golden. That's pretty much guaranteed. Beastmaster is good. It's just not as good as the other 3. It's above average for sure. I would say Beastmaster is like 5th or 6th. It's Beastmaster, Elementalist, are a little bit below those other 3. Bank share between characters. They have a shared slot. Or 2 slots technically. That all characters, but it's that bank. So you gotta. It's kind of weird how it works, but yes, you can share items between characters, 2 slots, to trade items between them. Yeah, this is not a good skill. So yeah, I think we're gonna. I don't know what to put on here for more defensive. I wonder if like this stacks, disarm stacks with like unnerving shout, which stacks with like how would that work if we do disarm, unnerving shout, and then the Beastmaster has I think 2 abilities that lower damage, right? That could be 10, like 25% damage reduction. Wondering how that would work out. You got a big train on you from something. I don't know where those came from. That was weird. Yeah, I got him on me now. Nah, we kind of pulled them. It's not a big deal. How's a Necro better at soloing than Enchanter? Yeah, basically what Wipe Connoisseur is saying. So, they have more utility. Basically, what he's saying there. So, like, they do basically the same thing. The only difference between the Necromancer and the Enchanter Charm is that the Necromancer Charm is undead only, but there's plenty of undead in this game to where they're everywhere. But they have the ability to heal themselves back up. They have bubbles that they can use. They've got dots so they can do more damage if they want to. They just have a lot more that they can do than the Enchanter. The Enchanter is just better with, like, it can stun, you know, and it can mana drain or slow a mob and haste a mob, stuff like that. But you don't really need it. It's not really that big a deal. So it's just got more utility to survive. And just do more, basically. It can also get to different places easier because it can bubble and then feign death and split mobs easier, like stuff like that. It's just got a lot more utility to it. Defensively, yeah, it's got a little bit more defensively that it can do. That's part of it. Defensibility, is that a word? I don't know. Sounds like a word to me. We'll go with it. Yeah, they can also fear kite because of the snare is another thing that the necromancer can do that the enchanter can't. So it just makes it capable of solving problems easier or whatever. Like I don't know how to explain it, but it's ultimately I would say the necro is just a little bit better than the enchanter when it's using charm, but also it doesn't have to use charm to solo. The necromancer can also solo by fear kiting and doing other things. So like it's where if the enchanter can't charm a mob for some reason, then it can't really solo that well. It can't really solo almost at all. It's actually a pretty bad soloer if it can't charm. Yeah, way more tools in the toolbox. Absolutely. But we'll see what they do with that. I feel like they're just going to nerf the Necromancer once they do the Necromancer deep dive. I feel like they're just going to strip away some of its abilities. They're just going to take away. Yeah, exactly. Big question mark on charm coming up. Charm will get nerfed. I mean, it's definitely going to get balanced. Like I don't want to use the term nerfed anymore because I feel like people take that as a negative connotation, right? But I agree. Yes, charm is going to get nerfed. It's got to. It's just too strong. How many classes have charm now? The enchanter has charm and it can charm anything. The beastmaster, or sorry, not the beastmaster. The druid has animal charm. Necromancer has undead charm. Elementalist has elemental charm. And the Inquisitor has a charm, but it's on a really long cooldown, so it's not really the same thing. And then Bard has a charm, but it's a really short duration. And they kind of, I don't know. They kind of fixed the Bard charm, sort of. But it still needs some tweaking. I think the best way to handle it is do like Bard charm. If it takes any damage, there's a high chance to break. That's a good way. Yeah, it's one of the good ways to do it. Yeah, there's too many charms. Absolutely. Yeah. Why are there so many dead bodies? Because this is a very challenging dungeon. And people die in here a lot, and they just drag their bodies here to the entrance to get rezzed. Yeah, my hope in the future is that charm is used at more of a CC ability. It should be like, we pulled 3 mobs, let me charm 1 to tank 1 while we kill 1. And you cast 1 spell on the enchanter, and it kind of takes 2 of the mobs out of the fight while you focus on the 3rd. That, to me, is how charm should work, but the charm mobs just do too much damage. So it should be more of a temporary thing. It should either reduce the duration, increase the cast time, so it's not something you can do permanently. Reduce the effectiveness of the mobs is a good way to deal with it. Make it to where the enchanter has to channel, so it just constantly drains mana, and they have to focus on keeping that creature charmed rather than be able to cast a bunch of other spells. There's a lot of ways that they could balance charm, and keep it a strong spell, but just balance it. Could do it like the Inquisitor charm. Yeah, exactly. Lasts a minute or 2, and it has a longer cooldown. That's what I was thinking they could do. That would be a really easy fix, to make the charm a guaranteed spell that lasts for 60 seconds, but on a 5-minute cooldown. You know, that would be really, that would still make it very powerful. Every 5 minutes they have this ability. To me, that's like the same thing as defense, right? This is a 40% damage reduction for 30 seconds, but on a 5-minute cooldown. So why can't Charm be similar to that? You know, it's just a really powerful ability temporarily, but it could be one of those things that just mentally drains the caster. Like the enchanter just, every time they cast Charm, it mentally drains them and it lowers their intelligence. They get like a debuff for 5 minutes every time they do it. So if they're constantly recasting Charm all the time, their intelligence gets lower and lower and lower. That could be another thing that they do, and that just a stacking buff. And they have to wait X amount of time for that stacking buff to go away. Then they can start charming again. Possible other, solution. So nice graveyard. It is a nice little graveyard. Yeah. Oh, Dory. Yeah, I mean, I love Charm, that it's powerful. Absolutely love it. It's great to use, but it's just it's too powerful. A guaranteed unbreakable short medium duration thing. I prefer that than a volatile pet that can 3-shot you. Yeah, like it would be really cool if they did it that way. Like it's a guaranteed, a high level enchanter is a guaranteed charm for a minute or two with a long cooldown, like the Inquisitor charm. Still very useful in situations. Very much you would want to have it on your bar for when you pull too many. Temporary extra burst damage when needed, stuff like that. I like the rolling debuff idea. Yeah, I just kind of thought about that one. Like that one just kind of popped into my head. I'm like, that actually sounds kind of cool. Yeah, like a debuff that it's just mentally. It basically would lock off a certain portion of your mana, because if it keeps lowering your intelligence every time you use it until you recover, could be kind of cool. People in Discord saying this place shouldn't be puggable. It's really not puggable. Not sure if you have any clue, but what changes might we expect from Elementalist? The Elementalist, they're planning on doing more synergy between the caster and their pet. That's really all I know. Like, other than that, I don't know what else they're planning. Wait, who am I adding into my group? Yeah, I might be leader. Yeah, I'm leader right now. But I got Dula. Who else do we need? That's what I mean. People complain about the difficulty. Yeah, it's definitely a challenging dungeon. I'm a little weird the way I talk about it. It sounds like I'm complaining that it's too hard. I love the challenge of this dungeon. I think it's really, really good, and it needs to stay challenging. But I feel like the mob density might be a bit too much, or maybe we're just missing something. I don't know. It literally could just be that we just don't understand the dungeon well enough yet, But, like, right now, at level 40, you're not going to be coming in here at level 40 and doing this stuff. Like, you could sit here at the entrance and kill these plague rats. You could start doing that, I guess, at level 40. But you're not really going to be breaking into this dungeon. So you just have to get that staff purification thing from that and use it once, and then it gives you the recipe for it. Is that how that works? Oh, so you need an ooze for it. Okay. No, I got a bone chip. Oh, is this the ooze that I need? The hardened ooze pustule thing? Okay, so I just give that to somebody and get the recipe? Okay. Okay. And that's for the enchanting recipe, right? Yeah. I'll be able to make a bunch of those then. I'll save some more of those green things for it. So you put it on the sconce and then you take them up to the sconce? Oh, that sucks. Maybe Rangers will be able to since it's a survival thing. Can make a use for Rangers indoors. There's got to be something with these tormented souls too, since they're kind of rare spawns. Do we ever figure out these no drop items, like the plague rat stuff? There's a bunch of no drop, like there's the rat heart, the rat tail, and the rat eye. I didn't know they had bags that large in game. Is that Scrivener's satchel a quest thing or just a very large normal bag? No, it's a quest thing. It's a special pouch. So, like, what's the plan for this dungeon on release if it's everything's got to be 2 groupable or more? When High Elves are coming, that's going to be a long time. Sometime in 2027. I wouldn't expect them for at least 3 to 6 months after early access starts. Minimum 3 to 6 months. High Elves are released right before Trolls because they want to make us wait for Trolls. Probably end up delaying my main troll. Yeah. A lot of people want to play a Troll Shadow Knight. Seems to be a really popular choice. Do those stack? Oh, these don't stack. That's awful. How's two-hander compared to dual wield? Two-hander is generally not worth it. It just depends on what your damage delay ratio is, really. If you have a really good two-handed weapon, it's going to be better than 2 crappy one-handed weapons. But if you have 2 really good one-handed weapons, it's going to be better than a crappy two-handed weapon. So... Oh, well, kill these then real quick. Oh, jeez. I won't really starting on High Elf Patrol until we release EA. Then we start on the content, probably a month to get the base model. Then the second month hair. Last month we polished, so month is accurate. There you go. Three months is accurate. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I was just saying 3 to 6 months because I have no idea. I know it's going to be at least 3, for sure. I think I have all of them. I've got Enchant Ally. I've got Greater Resolution. Yeah, it's on me now. Oh. I don't know. He's Ancestor's Eye. It's not that one. No, that's the C and Biz thing. I'm trying to see what else there is. I don't see anything that it shouldn't stack with. Yeah, we're coming up now. Rats keep aggroing on me. I wonder if it's the exceptional spell shield. Okay. Dungeon is really, it's like Nax. It is kind of like Naxxramas, yeah. I blame the cool concept art and the website for the troll. There is some pretty cool concept art. It's true. Yeah, I love the art in this game. I think they did a fantastic job. Where's the dog mount on the launcher? Right? Hopefully we get that soon. That'd be cool. Dog mount for small races. When they were talking about this dungeon, how large it was, and how it could possibly lead to raid content at the end, it made me think of Black Rock Depths, leading to Molten Core vibes. Yeah. I think it will have a raid content in it eventually, but who knows? Imagine those United cubes would steal your gear. Oh, dude, that'd be insane. You got to kill it to get your gear back. That'd be really cool, actually. Those mobs are supposed to be avoidance mobs, meaning that you're supposed to try to avoid those mobs. It's a weird It's a weird thing that they have on those. Like, you're really not supposed to fight those. You're supposed to just try to, like, oh, there's a gelatinous cube. I'm going to go around them. Like, what? These tormented souls respawn when a rat dies? They respawn while you're fighting a rat sometimes. Like, it despawns the rat and spawns the tormented soul sometimes. I don't know exactly how it works. But yes, they are based on the rats somehow. Rust monsters auto skip if possible? Yeah. It's only the first of 3 Fallen Watch zones, roughly 50% of the physical space, but there's more coming. They broke it into 3 pieces. Did they say that? That they actually did break it into 3 pieces? They said they were going to make it, they could make it multiple zones. There's cube spawns in Ancient Crypt now too, surprised me. Oh, did they actually change the gelatinous cubes in Ancient Crypt as well? That's good. Yeah, this game definitely does not hold your hand. That is true. Oh, whoops. I meant to loop both of those. Whatever. Yeah. Wait, dude. So we figured out what was causing the uses? Oh, you just gotta, what, interrupt it? Oh, okay. Yeah, that was definitely causing a lot of issues day one. Freaking things are everywhere. You know they're going to fix this too, right? Why did they make the water physics mimic EQ? I don't know. I want to see a few more of those 3 or 4 room places. The swim up is intended. Last I remember, it is? Okay. Because it wasn't intended in Black Tide Bay, but people were doing it in Black Tide Bay. So. Minecraft waterfall, yep. Kaz left a corpse here for me. How rude. Yeah. How far down do you want to pull these? You just want to follow up? Are we still getting those massive trains in these tunnels up here? Oh, God. Game looks pretty fun in a group. It's a lot of fun in a group, yeah. Like I recommend for fun playing this game in a group, but for XPing and like, you know, getting up to max level and all that, playing it solo or duo. Like smaller groups are better for rewards. Larger groups are better for fun. I will most likely at this point, depending on if they change it or not, probably duo all the way up to 60, which kind of sucks. But we'll see what happens. Didn't Sean say that his old EQ coworker made this dungeon? Yeah, Akiris made the dungeon. Who worked with him on EQ, yes. Good day, sir. I said good day, sir. How you doing? Seems to be a step up in visual quality and design for this zone. Do you agree? Oh yeah, this zone is massive, and it's like very well done. Like you can see like the visuals and stuff. Like best way to farm enchanting mats? There's a couple of options. Yeah, there's a few options for it, but there's really no best way right now. Just you could go like mining or herbalism and get some fronds. You could just find a mob that spawns often and disenchant. It just depends on what you can come up with. Anything interesting in Scarwood? There's a few named mobs in there that have some decent drops. Nothing that really stands out as interesting. There is a tunnel system where you can go swim in the water and like swim down and then go through this tunnel system and then pop up somewhere else. So it's kind of it's a cool way for like, that would be a really cool PvP zone, honestly, because you could sneak behind enemy lines if you know how to go through the tunnel system. Do you think they will lower the cost for early crafting recipes so expensive right now? I don't know. Crafting is going to get it's going to get several changes in the future. Oop, I'm appearing to undead. I still need a IVU. Mine dropped. Yeah, I don't have IVU at all. I got a potion I can drink, but... Crowding will continue to fluctuate, but there's a need to start putting in a baseline for economy to pull money out. Yeah, the economy definitely is a bit, I'm going to say, disastrous in this game. It's not the greatest shape, and they've got to have ways to bring money out of the economy, which is one of the most recent changes that they put in, where you have to actually buy recipes. Roamer coming. Did you walk by a named mob? We did walk by it. We've killed it a few times. I guess they're not wanting to kill it today. I don't know. Gambling is a money sink. That's a good money sink. Yeah. Time for a casino. I'll take a casino. Yeah. You hate video game inflation? Me too. It's really bad. Guild Wars 2 has gambling, and it's really good sync. Yeah, it's a good sync for sure for money. I think that the expedition system is also going to be a very big sink for money in this game. And I think that's one of the better sinks in a game like this is pushing those higher level players, the people that are trying to push the harder content. They're generally the most playtime players and have the most wealth. And taking that wealth away from them, it helps bring those numbers down. So yeah. Probably a suggestion you could reach out to in Discord is to adjust spell effects. Yeah, is there something wrong with the spell effects? Right now we're not getting the IVU buff to appear up here for some reason. Doesn't appear on the buff bar. Didn't EQ at a casino at one point and wiped out much money faster than anticipated? Yeah, it depends on how you do it. You gotta increase the or decrease the probability that you'll win. Oh, you're responding to that. Okay. Lower level spell effects, more subtle. That would be kind of cool. Yeah, I could see that for sure. There was a comment on reducing spell effects at lower levels. Yeah, I think they talked about that a couple times, where like as you get higher level, the spell effects become larger and more spectacular, I guess. But I don't know if they're planning on doing that. I guess ZBrush would know better than I would on that. There's different IVU buff icons depending on who cast it right now, I think, which is confusing. That is definitely confusing, yeah. Wish they would fix snare where it's not just a dot as well as snare. What do you mean a dot? Like, you talking about for the Shaman or Shadow Knight, where their snare is a damage and snare mixed together? Because like the Druid snare doesn't have any damage component to it. Oh, so you can't snare a name that takes away the dot. You talk yeah. I feel like that should just mean they should just make it, if they can, where the dot portion still adds, but it just doesn't snare the mob. Like they're just immune to the snare portion of it. But I don't know. I guess it's how their resist system works. If it resists any of the spell, it resists all of the spell. So it's an all or nothing kind of thing, is what it seems like. Happy Monday. Have you been able to fully explore the new dungeon? No. Yeah, they tried it a little bit over the weekend. They got a little farther, but I don't think they've really gotten all the way through it yet. Gargantuan Ghoul. He's a big one. He's a big boy. He is a big boy. Yeah, we're hopefully going to see some more of this dungeon today. We'll see how it goes. Is the big one mezzable or no? You can charm him? Nice. Yeah, this is as far as I've been in this dungeon because I was gone over the weekend, so I haven't done much else besides prior or past this. I haven't done anything else past this. think they said they were gonna make some mobs uncharmable. They should, yeah. I'm hoping once they get further into early access, they'll be able to add more monster models. They're adding more. I mean, they added the gelatinous cube recently. That's new. The oozes are new recently. So yeah, they're adding stuff slowly. That's what I keep saying about the art team. The art team needs to get paid so that they can produce more art for the game. The slowest process of developing this game is the art, and that's why they really need to. Get paid and get that into the game as soon as they can. Is get the devs paid so they can spend 40 hours a week doing this stuff. Scorpion, yeah, Scorpion's new. Yeah. Hope your weekend went well. I remember you mentioning Celebration of Life. Yeah, it was actually really nice. We got the family together. It was good times. Lots of family, lots of all that stuff, which is good. I feel like this shield bash is not really worth it. I don't know if I reduced any damage. It's saying absorb 2. Maybe I am reducing it, it's just not showing it until it's gone. Giant ghoul named? I don't think this is a name. No, I think it's just a giant ghoul. The team has been hyper-focused getting all the character customization in for EA, so once that's done, we can break out and start doing more monsters, as well as causing the foundation. Yeah, there you go, because the foundation will be in. Exactly. So yeah, they're working on character models now, then they're going to be able to work on monster models. So it's just going to take time, man. It's going to take time. That's the thing that's going to take the most time is art. Able to mez, so probably not. Maybe part of a quest. Could be. You want us to kill those or just leave those back there? Praying that October 1st isn't delayed again. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be delayed. I don't think we have to worry about it being delayed again. I wouldn't worry about that at all. I'm on the laborer. We want to get the big ones first, right? The rats respawn faster. There was an art debt as races were made with only 1 or 2 options, so getting those filled out was time. Me personally, I put in about 4 months to get all their hair options fleshed out. Yeah, it's crazy. Like you put in all that time and you just get the hair done, you know? Of course, people will still find a reason to complain about EA. Oh, there's going to be plenty of things to complain about in EA. Yeah, plenty of things. Like the game is still very much going to be in a beta state during EA, which I don't. I prefer it not to be in that way, but you know, it is what it is. There's nothing we can really do about it. Dwarven butt hair. Dwarven butt hair does require a lot, I'm sure. Okay. Do you have fun adding their hair to human and dwarf models? Yeah, somebody goes a little crazy with the hair. I remember the humans getting their chest hair, and I was like, okay. I walked around at my my family reunion like that. I had a you know, collared button-up T-shirt, and it was unbuttoned pretty low. And my chest hair was showing out, and my cousins and people kept coming up, grabbing my chest hair. You know how it is. Anyone finish the scrap quest? I don't know anybody that's finished that. There's a lot. I think Hoku was trying to work on it. Remember the patch notes where they had to fix Havling feet hair? Yeah. We should just all be glad something in progress at this point. Every other promised indie MMO has flopped. MMO is doing well. Yeah, the game needs work for sure, but they're continuing to work on it, which is nice. Random mobs here dropping anything interesting? Yeah, they drop like quest items. What the heck did Kaz do with my... Oh my god, he turned my attack off. That's what he did. Oh shoot. Kaz messing with my macros here. How dare he? You're bald, what's the boy? I mean, yeah. Talk to the VFX guy. Intention is to have spells be smaller and then ramp up as you get higher level. It won't be a smooth gradient across all levels, but tiers will exist. Yeah, and I think that's a good idea. I like that idea. We could use smaller effects on these larger monsters. I don't know like how you guys can do that, but sometimes these effects are just massive when you put them on big monsters. I know that the effect is based on the size of the monster, but I don't know if there's like a way for specific monsters to get smaller effects. We need a new hype Eminem graphics cinematic trailer. Ooh, that'd be cool if they could do it. I'm trying to organize these as I get them. So let's see, 10, 18, 28, 23. We'll do it that way. Current population, they're going to get already exceeds. Probably. Yeah, they're going to get a lot of people. Like, way more than people anticipate, I feel like. Oops, that was a... Under the bridge? Somebody needs to go down there and slash look, I bet. WoW launch was the best time I ever had waiting in a queue. Hopefully we don't have too many queue situations in this game. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Rat ad, maybe? Yeah, I was trying to pull him back, but he wasn't moving. Any crazy loot out of this new dungeon? There's nothing crazy that we've seen. There's been some decent items, but nothing like crazy. No, I just kill him. Are we going to Mimbler the rats? Or you just want to kill them? I'm just trying to Mimbler the rats so we can just go after the archer. I'm on the Revenant. It looks blurred. It's blurred. I mean, if we're pulling to this location, though, then this is going to aggro again. That bridge, I think you can fall through if you're not careful, yeah. All right. Maybe gnomes, not ogres. Yeah, it's going to depend on your race. I got it on me. It must be this tall to cross the bridge. That would be funny, yeah. I have... Yeah, I got swiftness, 58 minutes. priest first. Yeah, I saw him. The gargantuan isn't coming across, right? Rats respawning. There we I'm going to assume we're just going to Mimbler the rats, so let me know if you want me to kill them. You guys could probably get in this corner over here. I mean, there should be line of sight issues there. Shouldn't be able to see you. Sorry, we're talking a lot. Like, I'm trying to listen to Discord a bunch to make sure. Another rat coming in. Mm-hmm. I'm loving it. He was on this morning for a minute. Basically, yeah. We'll probably get him to come back for early access. He'll play more than all of us. Just the way he is. I assure you he'll play more than anybody here. The dude's nuts. Like, he plays more than I do, plays more than Isar does. He plays a lot. When he likes a game, he plays a lot. Yeah, he does that. He'll... The Rangers also disengage, right? Not just the archers? Found anything cool today? Not today, no. Well, that's a ton. Yeah, I think we're good. We're getting outside spawn now, though. You can put the last one in there if it's empty. Oh, we got an ad weaver accidentally. Somebody cure that root. I'll be on the archer. Dory's down. guess so. All right, named ink, it looks like. With plus ads. Named plus... On the named. Careful about the door. There's still one right outside the door. Oh my god. Like, this is such garbage. Why is this even a ring? I mean, I guess for the resistances it's nice, but... Might want to save those rings just for the resistances on them. It's very bad. Other than resist, it's really, really bad. Yeah, it is hard to chat here. Like, I'm trying to listen. The reason I'm not talking a lot is I'm trying to listen to our Discord so we know what we're doing. We're all communicating on, like, what we're pulling, all that kind of stuff. So I'm trying to be a little bit quiet to be able to hear that because I got to know what to grab. Fought for. Another ad, Ranger outside. Saw an arrow fly in. That was a weird arrow. Yeah, there's definitely some arrow coming in. Oh, it's going through the wall and looping back around is what it's doing. It's not sandwich gameplay. Not in here, it's not. Definitely not sandwich gameplay. Sandwich gameplay. That's what the devs have dubbed this. You can play the game while eating a sandwich. You hadn't heard that? Yeah, that's what the devs kind of dubbed it. It's kind of a weird thing. I always wondered if they intended that or is that some other old school term. I never heard it until this game. But doesn't mean it didn't exist, but yeah, I've never heard it until this game. Glad to see some more challenging content since I've seen a lot of people complaining about lack of difficulty. Yeah, the lack of difficulty in the game is definitely an issue. So they're trying to make it more challenging. This is what I was hoping for. Now what we need is balance challenge, right? Like it's in some ways it's a little bit too challenging. Where right now we have 2 full groups doing this, which is a little bit much. Like you shouldn't need 2 full groups to do content, but so there's a middle ground somewhere. But yeah, hopefully we continue to see more challenging content. Like you can definitely do this with one group, but you got to be extremely careful. And these mobs, they clearly have a lot of health. If 2 groups are trying to push through here, you know. Now, the thing is, when you have like 10 different groups trying to clear this dungeon, then the challenge will definitely go down because they're going to be separately killing the different mobs, and it's going to take the density down quite a bit. So that might be the idea as well, is in the future you're going to have more than 1 or 2 groups coming in and clearing this content. You're going to have groups everywhere clearing all the content. So plus they're most needed in groups. So you always want to have a tank. Well, at high level you're always going to have a tank and a healer and an enchanter right now. Enchanter is the most needed class. Like every group wants to have an enchanter. Especially in here, yeah. Especially in here. But you also need a tank. Like these mobs are hitting me. That one just did some crits. It did a crit for over 500 damage crit. This archer did. And that's on a tank. Like a well-geared tank. Like, you can see my damage in the far right. That's the damage that I'm taking from each of these mobs. Or at least their melee damage, or like the regular physical damage. Is this a pather? Yeah, it's about 50-50 from what I can tell. We're definitely getting a few, but not all. Is the other group full 60s? Dula's in my group, so yeah, we have 2 people that can use XP in my group. So we can swap out one of the healers in my group for DPS if you want to try to get it into one group. Does it look like we're still on track? Yes, as far as I know, the plan is released. Early access releasing on October 1st. To my knowledge, that has not changed. Yeah, these definitely hit hard. Yeah, this thing's not hitting nearly as much as the other mobs. All this charisma gear. What's going on? Giant ghoul. Yeah, there's a gargantuan ghoul right there that roams around. Just had a double proc on red mobs for 248 into a 414 as a 24 cleric. Yeah, it's still broken, dude. They got to figure that out. I mean, it's random though, so you never know like when it's gonna happen. So you know, that's. I don't know how I feel about it. It's definitely weird. Definitely weird. Like a wizard tower, but for enchanters. I don't think that's what this is really. No. It's random and fun. Who cares? It slows down as you get higher levels. It's too strong at the lower levels because like you could just go and just auto attack something, and if it procs, you kill it. You know, when you're really low level. Like that's not good. You don't want it to be that way. But yeah, as you get higher level, it kind of balances out. Fun stuff like that, like it can be fun. It just depends on how often it procs, and they just got to make sure they keep an eye on that. Like it's not really breaking the game at this point because it's not really controllable. And honestly, as you get higher level, you don't really want to melee a lot as a cleric. If you have full mana, then melee. But if you don't have full mana, then it kind of feels bad because spells cost a lot of mana. So if you're spending mana to heal and you're not getting the proc to regen your mana back, then you may as well have sat down and meditated. So it's definitely there's a trade-off there. You can try and hope to get that piety proc, but if you don't get the piety proc, you could just run out of mana. Piety's nuts. Yeah, Piety's really strong when it procs, but you can't guarantee it's going to proc, so. Yeah, I mean, it's not one of the OP classes getting more OP, yes, but it's still, like, you still don't want to create more OP classes. You know, you gotta be careful with that. Room spawns. Which class is most OP? Right now, the Enchanter is probably the most overpowered class. Like just in general, it's just a really strong class. because of all the CC. No, it's overpowered because of charm, and the CC, and the stuns, and the buffs, and the debuffs. Like it's got a lot that it can do. So it's just that's what makes it overpowered. It just can do it like too much. If they took charm away, it would not be an overpowered class. It would be exactly where it needs to be. So yeah, sounds fun. Well, of course it does. It's going to make everybody want to play it. When a class is that strong, everybody's going to want to play it. And it becomes one of those like, well, if you don't have an enchanter in your party, then you don't have a party. So you can't have one class that stands above all other classes. Otherwise, it just feels really bad. Like they need to have another CC class. Like make Bard close to as good as the Enchanter, or another class that can do it. Right now, like you can have the Inquisitor. Inquisitor can kind of replace an Enchanter for CC reasons. So that, feels okay, but yeah. Kinda. They can kinda do it, yeah. But the Inquisitor, the thing is, the Inquisitor does some CC. It does some CC, but it doesn't have the same haste. It doesn't have the same. Well, I mean, now it might be better now with its new update that they did to it. But the mana regen and the haste, the debuffs, like all of that the Enchanter has. So yeah, you're gonna have it now where like if you have an Inquisitor in your party, you almost don't need an Enchanter, and they can kind of get away with just combining the two together. But when it's the tank that's doing it, it just kind of feels different. So it's just a thing they gotta figure out. The issue is the power of different CC, and is really just mess. Root and root variants aren't as strong. Well, yeah, they're not nearly as strong. Root, mobs can still cast spells. If they take damage, well, I guess they can technically take damage. Yeah, root is just not as strong because of they can still do stuff. Dex help a cleric proc more often? I don't know, honestly. I think so, yes. If a cleric has a lot of dex, it should proc more often based on the mechanics of the game. But I don't know if they just have like a, X proc chance on their swings. Like, it probably shouldn't do that. Like, dex probably shouldn't increase their proc chance, but the way that the game currently works, it might. I don't know that it's been tested enough. Like, I don't know that somebody just stacked a bunch of decks on their cleric to see what happens. Dex Cleric doing 1,000 DPS. Yeah, Dex Cleric, a high Dex Cleric could potentially be the highest damage in the game. Potentially. Yeah, Volts just got wrecked. These mobs hit hard, guys. Hard. Like, you need to have a tank taking the hits. If you don't have a tank taking the hits, players are going to die quickly. Like 3 rounds, 3 shots, they could die. I think I'm missing a heal or a... I think I'm missing a health buff too. Probably resolution. Jonathan, we don't need tanks. Just let monks tank everything. I know, right? Yeah, monks win. They're tanks now, guys. They're tanks. Trust me, guys. You do not want to be. If you plan to tank, do not play a monk. I'm trying to help people understand that. I would not recommend listening to the people that are just screaming, "Oh, monks have taunt, therefore they're tanks." I would not recommend it. The enormous bag, it's exclusive for those scraps that I'm putting into it. It's like a quest bag. Monk tank, cleric heal, DPS, and ignore every other class. Yeah. Still low. No, it hasn't gone up. Yeah, I'm down like 400 health from normal. I've got Divine Spark. That's on me now. I don't have... Yeah, I don't have the cleric resolution buff. So is Divine Spark and Divine Resolution don't stack? Yeah, that's weird. Yep. Maybe that'll change with... Because that Spark is a Paladin only one? I mean, why would anybody level it that high? Is 5-man or 6-man party most XP? 1, then 2, then 3. The fewer people in your party, the better. Almost always. For XP, right? Specifically for XP. Will be interesting when Paladin and Shadow Knight reworks are in. Then we'll know what the devs are thinking for all the tanks, even if the numbers are off. Seems the intention behind it. So far, it seems like they want the fighter to be the best overall tank. Like tank. Got 3. It seems like they want the fighter to be the overall best physical damage mitigation tank. The Paladin's probably going to have heals and stuns and lay on hands and some extra buffs and things like that. Will be a decent tank, but won't be as good as the fighter. Somebody just went out the window. The Shadow Knight's probably going to be the highest DPS tank, most likely. And then the Inquisitor is going to be the anti-caster tank. That's probably how it's going to work. It looked like he did an ability, and then it, like, at the same time somebody else did something to him or something else, and it pushed him around several times. Yeah. Which should have only been one, and then ended up being like 3. So yeah, I don't know. I think the Paladin's going to end up being fine. Like if they give the Paladin some procs, like a smite type proc, very similar to that of the cleric proc, and then they still give it heals and they give it ways to mitigate damage on other characters, like have a Paladin be able to put up a buff on another character and take 20% of the damage from them, that kind of thing. Then Paladins are still going to be really, really nice. Sneak is anywhere, or sorry, sneak is behind the mob only, and stealth is anywhere. It's kind of like think about it like sound versus sight. Oh, thanks. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, that's okay. You can have a bite of my burrito, honey. This is gonna make it taste better. We're gonna see if we can eat while playing. Okay, that drink kind of got me. Same cloak. Does anybody want it? She got me some root beer. See true sandwich combat? You're about to see it right now. Well, this is, I guess, a taco is a sandwich, right? Didn't we talk about that the other day? We tacoed about that the other day? Does this camp have a name yet? I don't know. I would imagine though that our guild's probably going to name a bunch of these camps because we're probably the only ones really doing them. Like, if we do a who all in this zone, there's only 14 players in the zone and 12 of them are in this group. What do I think of stack size increasing? 20s because EverQuest did it. I mean, 20 is a fine number. I think stack size should be different based on different items and stuff, which it kind of is. Like potions only stack to 3 if they stack at all. So yeah, I think that it just depends on the item. Respawn in room. Where's the food from? It's just from Taco Bell. My girlfriend had to go pick up the dog. We had the dog in like a little doggy daycare kind of thing for the weekend. As a sober person, a burrito from Taco Bell is decidedly less exciting. Yeah, I get that. No, we love Taco Bell in our house. I love it. My girlfriend loves it. I'm sure she just wanted to go get some Taco Bell, but we like it. And it's super cheap. It's super cheap to like go and get their online their app deals. You can get like a meal for 2. And it's very cheap. Camp officially named Taco Bell Tower. There you go. Let's do it. Taco Bell Tower. You can officially eat Taco Bell while tanking in this camp. This is not a good camp spot, honestly. Like, there's like 6 mobs that spawn in this room alone. You don't really want to set up camp here unless you have a full, like, 2 groups or whatever. Yeah, I would not recommend it. Your town has 1 Taco Bell and 7 Mexican restaurants. We probably about the same. Yeah, we have 1 Taco Bell that's about a couple miles away, like 5 miles away, and then we have. There it is. You just had to mention it. Some of the other mobs, like the weapons and stuff in here, haven't been dropping that they have in their hands. Yeah, and the maiden had like a hammer and or sword and shield. Could be. Oh, shoot. I just got hot sauce on my keyboard. I have to clean that up. This is garbage, dude. This loot is garbage. I'll hold on to it and we'll disenchant it later if we don't need it, but for now, I'll just hold it. Yeah, I just made a mess with my taco sauce. It's not good. Luckily, it's on the crappy keyboard, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, I would do Vorovolts, one of the healers. This spawn has at least like 6 mobs in this room. Like they stand in the windows. Like each one of these windows has a mob stands in it. And apparently a name that spawns right in the middle. Alright, I'm gonna try to clean up my keyboard. Hopefully it doesn't break everything. Is it level 60 content? I mean, the mobs back here are, I believe, are 55 plus. So the items that we're getting from these are garbage for the level of the mobs. This is part of the itemization that I've been kind of complaining about. Hopefully they work on it. Like the itemization is just really, really bad. They need more stats. I mean, possibly. They just need to make sure that higher level monsters give better gear than lower level monsters. That's just like the first thing they need to look at. Right now, some of the best gear in the game comes from like level 45 to 55 monsters, but things that are like 55 plus up to 60 just don't drop better gear, and it doesn't make any sense. If they would have level locked this to 40, nobody would have done this dungeon. People would still be at the entrance. They wouldn't have made it past that first bridge. Tacos. Tacos. Yeah, I'm eating tacos for my lunch. My wonderful girlfriend brought me a plate full of tacos and a root beer. I know you're all jealous. Supreme Lux box. Yeah, I think that's what she gets is like the Supreme Lux box for 2 or something like that. I don't know. You think root beer is gross? I like root beer. It's not my favorite drink, but I do like it as a soda. My girlfriend and I actually were talking about Dr. Pepper is probably one of the best sodas out there. We both love Dr. Pepper. It has so many variations. It really does. You're off on a border run? I know, right? You kind of have to. Yeah, Dr. Pepper's your favorite too? I love Dr. Pepper. Yeah. It's probably one of the best sodas out there. Think you either love or you hate it, Dr. Pepper? Maybe. Yeah, I love Dr. Pepper. Baja Blast. You like the Baja Blast? I don't think I've ever had one. One of the kids likes the Baja Blast. I think she liked it anyway when she got it. She likes anything with sugar in it, though. Like literally anything with sugar. Ooh, I still got one taco left. Woohoo! She bought me so much Taco Bell, man. Like a crazy amount of Taco Bell. And I even have the cinnamon twist. Oh my god, it's all stuck to the thing. Cheaper to get the whole box with a drink. Yeah, it usually is. Those app deals. I feel like I dropped a piece of lettuce. I'm gonna have to vacuum up here after I'm done eating. I think I dropped something. Maybe I didn't. Do I think they released? Yeah, the October 1st plan is definitely pretty firm. Like I don't think that's going to change. Ad cleric. It's pretty firm. I mean I can't guarantee that it's going to happen, and I wouldn't necessarily take off of work and expect it. Oh, it's just going to happen, but. Pretty good chance of it happening. Yeah, the only thing that would push it back right now would be critical bugs. We're getting room respawn, so it's going to be a minute. Hung out with your crew last night in Fallen Watch. We had a great start, but went well once we were going. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, it's definitely it's a challenging dungeon for sure. Magician pulled burritos out of space-time. That's exactly what happened. Oh, I think what I dropped was a little piece of cheese, and I think I can see it, but I can't get to it right now, so I'll make sure I got to clean that up at some point. Now I've got my dessert over here, the little cinnamon twists, but I don't want to eat those while I'm streaming right now. I'll at least mute the mic while I do that. They'll be very loud. I think Sanctum Priest is the placeholder. Assuming it's a static spawn. Anyone been in Rothold? I haven't yet. I think a lot of people have. I haven't had a chance to check it out yet. We've been mostly focusing on Fallen Watch, and this is the harder, higher level dungeon. Piece of cheese just slightly out of reach. I know, right? Very sad. I think Rothold was 30 to 40. Fallen Watch is 40 to 60. Yeah, something like that. Something around there. I would not recommend Fallen Watch as a level 40 zone, though, at all. I would not come in here at level 40. Like, you could come in here and solo the entrance, maybe, or duo the entrance of those mobs, but you're going to have a really hard time in this dungeon at level 40. Like, we're in here right now with two full groups of level 60s. Well, we got a couple people that are not level 60, but the entire other group is level 60. Same with Rothold before 35. Yeah, Rothold is they're both just really hard dungeons. Half of Rothold gives no XP? Really? Like, is that a bug that they know about? Like, what's going on with that? That's weird. Oops. Seems like a very strange thing to do. Stupid question, but what is the incentive to grind beyond 60? Farm gear for alts, gold farm? Mostly you're going to be getting gear for, like, most likely when you hit level 60, you will not have the best gear in the game for level 60 players. The idea is that you're going to have to get more gear for yourself. Also, yes, you can also farm gear for alts. That's also another thing that people do. Or just go do more challenging content that you couldn't do before. Why do you need better gear? Yeah, for the raids. So there's stuff in this game that is above level 60. So it's going to be very challenging content specifically for level 60s to do. Rothold will have two entrances, one from Shaded Dunes and one from the Deep. It's lower level, both entrances, so I feel like half the place is underleveled. Oh, like getting through to the other side? Yeah, that makes sense. Like if you go through the other side, it's just lower level content, but it's meant to be for people on the other side to do when they hit the lower level. That makes sense. Kind of like Rothold. Or not Rothold. Blacktide Bay. Blacktide Bay has multiple entrances. And at those entrances, it's slightly lower level. And then in the middle of it is the higher level stuff. As long as they don't gear... No, they're not going to do any type of gear score kind of stuff. It's basically... You pick the gear that you want to wear based on the stats that the gear has. There's still going to be like a best in slot type of items. That's still going to going to exist for sure. That'll always exist. For gating content, yeah, gating content is going to be based on do you have enough? Does your group have enough gear and knowledge to do it? That's going to be how they gate content. It's not going to be based on gear score. It's not going to be like, oh, like Final Fantasy, you have to have a certain gear score to go into the dungeon. They don't do that. That'll never happen in this game. I don't think. Are they doing raid encounters? There are 3 raid encounters back in the game as of the most recent patch. And they will be doing more raid encounters, yeah. Raiding is not the primary focus of this game. But it will be a thing, like a pretty big thing that people will be doing for sure. And no, Sir Larkin, we have not seen any good loot. Like, everything we've seen so far is garbage. I'll show you a couple of the items. We've gotten this so far today. And this. And this. These are the 3 items that I've seen, and they're all garbage. That's why I have them, and nobody wanted them. Literally nobody in our group, on our 2 groups, wanted those items. So we'll figure out what we're going to do with them. Give them to alts or disenchant them or whatever. But for right now, I'm just holding on to them. I'm interested to see the reaction when you bring expeditions online. Yes. Expeditions I'm really looking forward to. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to those. That's going to be like your in-game content for the late game, more hardcore players. I think though you're going to get a lot of backlash from that, from the casual players, and the casual players are going to be like, well, why can't I do it? Like I pay the same sub that everybody else pays. That's what I see happening with that, and the only people that are really going to be doing them are going to be your poop soccer, high playtime people. But I personally feel like that's fine. Like they need to have something to do, as well as, the casual player. The casual player has a ton that they can do. And the thing is, that's really funny about it, is the casual player's not even doing all the things they can do. They just see what other players are doing, and they also want to do it. And it's like, what? It makes no sense. Let's hope they're quest pieces you turn in to make them better. I doubt it. Expeditions, so the way that they're doing expeditions is there's going to be an island. It's going to be an expedition island. And you're going to have to charter a boat or charter something to get to the island. And then on the island, you're going to be able to find special harvesting materials. You'll find, You'll find special harvesting materials, new types of monsters to fight, and then, challenging enemies and stuff like that on there. But then they're also going to be doing raid dungeons on those expedition islands. And you'll be able to go, into these raid dungeons and kill big, tough multi-group encounters. Then once you get all of the items from the expedition, you then have to get back on the boat and ride back to land, because every item on the expedition is supposed to be no teleport, meaning that you can't go over to the expedition, kill monsters, and then just gate home. If you gate home, the item deletes itself. So you're going to have to get onto a boat and take them back. So it looks like a really cool system. We'll see how they do with implementing it and everything, but It's going to be a high level kind of thing. Freaking delicious. You don't need to lie about it. It's delicious. That sounds pretty good. Barbecue chicken pizza is still the best, though. Have been following much recently. Did Warriors get any new updates? They did, yeah. The fighter got an update. It wasn't a huge change, but it got some of a change. There you go. Face guard, AC or head. I mean, I guess good for a cleric. All right, sorry, I'm done eating my lunch now. That was a little challenging to eat while I was here. My impression of Fallen Watch so far, it's a very challenging dungeon, probably a little bit too challenging for your average player. It's a really cool looking dungeon. I love the aesthetics of it. The loot has been very lackluster so far. The mechanics have been pretty cool, though. I do like those. Like, there's been some neat, interesting interactions. Yeah. Like certain mobs spawning the oozes, and there's like some special quest type stuff you got to do. It's a really cool dungeon. It's just probably a little too challenging. There's room pop. I got 2 on me. Ranger ad. Hang on, I gotta focus here for a second. Got it. Just keep those 2 ads. I got it. It has giant ghouls. What else you need? It does have giant ghouls. They're very cool looking, for sure. Sorry, I think I broke those. Healer DC'd? No, Healer just died. Yeah, mobs here, like, they can 1 or 2 shot. Depending on your health, armor class, stuff like that. They can do a lot of damage very quickly. I think it's every repop in here, right? Oh, named. Switching to named. I just picked up the Ranger. I'll keep it on me. Cleric would have saved him. Cleric would not have saved him. I mean, the idea is that Cleric will be able to take an extra hit. Because they'll have block and they'll have heavy armor. So they'll be able to take a little bit more damage. But, yeah. But yes, I do get what you're saying from the earlier conversation. Taking all those to no healer? No, we've got healers. We got 2 groups here. We have another, we have a druid, maybe 2 druids. We get anything good off that one? Nah, lame. I can start disenchanting this stuff if we want. It's up to you guys. Yeah, let me, is it unique? No, it's not. Okay. I'll disenchant it. To make int on for enchanting. What I need are the echoes. But yeah, rings are HP. I'm dying. That's done. Yeah, it's mana and health on jewelry. But it takes echoes to do those. So if I get echoes, then yeah, I can make some of that. Half health. Just joking from the guy from a couple hours. Yeah, I got you. I know what you're talking about. Got him. Would you be able to do this camp with just one group? Yes, but it would be very hard. I wouldn't sit in. We would not be sitting in this room with one group now. There's 6 mobs that spawn in this room alone. Just 6 mobs in this one room. How do you feel about tanks? Who has the most self-sustain? Self-sustain? I would say the Paladin has the most self-sustain. But the Paladin is also the worst class, the worst tank, I would think. Space out the spawns enough and it's doable? Yeah, you can space out the spawns, but the thing is, getting to this room with a single group would be very, very hard. Specify more about the self-sustain? Well, I mean, it's Paladins have heals, so they can heal themselves. They're the only class. They're the only of the tanks that have a heal, so they're going to have the best self-sustain. The other tanks, the Shadow Knight has like life taps, but it doesn't have any self-sustain whatsoever. Think Dwarf is still the best race for fighters come EA? Are you seeing any racials or stuff? We're going to see a lot of those traits change. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with them, but the traits are definitely going to be changing. There's a problem right now where you have some traits that are really strong and other ones that are really weak. They need to balance those out some more. So they're going to be doing a rework on them. The worst tank? Paladin is also the worst tank. Yeah. It's the worst tank, and it has the most self-sustain. It's kind of weird how you can have both of those things, but you can. It's just not a good... Like, when you think tank, you need a class that can hold threat and take hits for a group, right? Otherwise, it's not really a tank. If it's just a class that can stand there and kill mobs... That's not a tank. You're just killing mobs. So when you think of tank, the Paladin is the worst tank in the game currently, because it doesn't do a good job at holding aggro. It takes a lot of damage, and you're not really going to be able to heal yourself to keep it up. You're going to have another healer. But if you're trying to solo, the Paladin has amazing self-sustain. Like, it can just sit there and fight one mob and heal itself. Like, it's got a ton of self-sustain. It's just very... It's very low DPS and very low threat because of that. The Paladin has not had its deep dive yet, no. So it's very much going to change, I'm sure. The only thing that a Paladin does right now that a high-level group cares about is damage shield removal. And then lay on hands. Ancient Guardian. You know, that's that kind of stuff. More emergency heals, and then the Mark of the Crusader is nice. But we'll see what they do when they change these classes. Like, there's still a lot. There's still a lot that we don't know. Shadow Knight hasn't been done yet. The Paladin hasn't been done yet. So a lot of things could change. Does Pally have a group heal? They've got their Ancient Guardian, which can heal the group. Yeah, like it's not a group heal, but it can heal the group outside of itself. Playing Inquisitor now and feel kind of squishy compared to Fighter, for example. They're not supposed to be able to tank as well as a Fighter as far as physical damage is concerned. The Fighter is the physical damage tank. The Inquisitor is a magical damage tank, and it's going to have a lot of utility. So it's going to have the mezzes, it's going to have stuns, it's just going to have a lot more utility. Yeah, people, like, when you think of classes in this game, you can't think of the Holy Trinity. You can't think, okay, well, does it DPS well? Does it tank well? Does it heal well? That's only a portion of it. You have to also think of what else does it do. And the Paladin and Shadow Knight and Inquisitor are all going to do additional things outside of tanking. So they're not going to be the best tanks. Like, that just won't happen. If it does happen, then they're going to be too strong and they're going to have to come down in power. Because they do more things other than just tank. Yeah, no worries. You know, I'm happy to talk about this kind of stuff. Like, I want everybody to be prepared and pick the best class that works for them based on what the devs have in mind. You know, like, unfortunately, people they don't understand what the devs have planned for these classes, and honestly, it hurts. It's going to hurt the community because people are just going to be like, no, Monk can tank. Monk is not a tank. Or they're going to be like, Fighter can DPS. Fighter is not a DPS class. I started Inquisitor because I love the concept, but at level 8, tanking and worms, my fingers hurt. So many buttons to click. Yeah, they're going to be a very high APM tank for sure. Inquisitor is fun. I love it. I'm worried about the end game. I don't know if I can fulfill my purpose as a tank. You'll be fine. Like, the Inquisitor is not meant to be a raid tank unless the mob does a lot of magical damage. But even then, you're probably still going to have a fighter main tank it with an Inquisitor in their group. And then the Inquisitor is helping to mitigate the magical damage while the fighter is still the main tank. So people need to just wrap their head around that. Just expect that. If you want to be the main tank, then you're probably going to want to be a fighter. But The negative to a fighter is you have almost zero utility. You don't have heals, you don't have stuns, you don't have mez, you don't have life tap, you don't have root, you don't have reses, you don't have feign death, you don't have any of those other abilities, but you'll be able to take a hit better than anybody else. That's the idea of the fighter. Like, it can take a hit. That means you can only need 2 fighters per raid or something, and no way to gear up upcoming tanks. I mean, that's up to your guild how they want to do it. Like, I don't know what to say. If you have a guild that's just like, nope, you don't want to put a fighter and you don't want to gear another tank, then that's maybe you shouldn't join that guild. I don't know what to tell you. But the idea isn't that you're going to have a lot of different of the same classes. Like, why should you need to have multiple of any class in the game? Maybe the idea is you're only supposed to have 1 of every class. That's 18 classes. That's 3 full groups. Maybe that's all they want. You take 1 of every class to a raid, and that is a raid. I also believe the Inquisitor is probably more useful as an off-tank than the main tank. I mean, yeah, it can be useful as an off-tank. I think it's going to be useful as, you know, to help mana drain. It's going to be good in like a healer group. Like, put an Inquisitor inside of a group with your healers so that it can drain mana from the monster and give it to the healers in the group. That's one of the new abilities that they added, was a group drain and transfer. So it drains mana from the enemy and literally spreads it out. Like, that's going to be the role of an Inquisitor. They're going to be, you know, pumping the group of mana, mezzing mobs as they come in. They can also mez mobs and gain threat on the mobs that they mez, which is really nice. Like, the Inquisitor is definitely going to have a place if played properly. But people oftentimes want to go and be like, well, why can't I tank the hardest thing in the game as a tank? And it's like, not all tanks are built equally. They're not 100% equal in tanking. Nice AoE stun. Yeah, AoE stun, single target stuns, mana drains. It's got all sorts of stuff. Are Necro dots more powerful than the Druid and Shaman dots? I would say the Necro and the Shaman dots are going to be pretty similar. Yeah, they're probably going to be pretty close. Poison versus disease. Yeah, that's basically what the difference is. It's the type of damage it does. But they're going to be similar. The Shaman probably won't be as good as the Necro dot-wise, because the Shaman is also a healer and debuffer. So the Necro dots are probably going to be a little bit better. What do you think of the Shaman rework? I mean, they really didn't do much to the Shaman. They took a few things away, they added a few things, and that's about all they really did, ultimately. They gave it an escape. It's a 30-minute cooldown on the escape, which is nice, but is it really going to be used that much? Probably not. It might save a wipe. The pet going away, not really a big deal. In my opinion, it's not a big deal. The worst thing that they did was the cannibalize. They just don't have unlimited mana anymore, which was probably a little bit too strong. They can't just, debuff and heal and cast buffs and dot and just do everything. They can't do that anymore because they took away the cannibalize. Well, they nerfed the cannibalize. Necro's gonna be it's gonna be an interesting class the way they change it. It looks like the Necro is going to get like buffs for its pet. So it'll be able to temporarily boost its pet up to be super strong. That's what it seems like they're going to do with it. But, yeah, we'll have to see. You're disappointed? Probably worst rework so far. Inquisitor rework is nice, though. Inquisitor rework seemed okay, yeah. I liked what they did with the Inquisitor. They took away some of its physical tankiness, which is, in my opinion, good because that emphasizes the fighter a little bit more. And then they added a little bit more magical abilities and defensiveness. So that's good. Necro can give a party member mana as well at the cost of the Necro's health. They can, yeah. They're going to be like a good pumper, mana pumper for the group for sure. I think that the Inquisitor one's going to be better. But I don't know. I haven't seen the numbers on them yet. We're taught to min-max everything. That's why. I mean, yeah. They're okay. They didn't really change much. Just made them really stronger. That's all they did. They keep saying that they're going to reduce their DPS, but they didn't do that. Nope, you're stronger in both. Yep. Feels like Shaman should get more spirit flavor. I think so, yeah. I don't know why it didn't. Yeah. Well, now I get to swap my shield in and out every 20 seconds. Yeah, it's really the only difference. Anybody have a stack of food or water? Can't expect Kaz to play you and refill those things. Thanks. But Kaz doesn't even get his own food and water on his own character. Call Vengeful Spirit maybe instead of Ghosts. Yeah, I would like to see more stuff like that. Ghost theme spells. Yeah. For some reason his password's always about me. They did say that they want to do their last patch for beta is going to be early September. Right? Oh, they're definitely going to break that again. Because you got to think they still got to split up West Bank and North Bank. And then the, what's the other? Isn't there a third bank in Night Harbor? Yeah, so when they split those up into 3 different banks, they're going to break everything again. I'm sure you can camp here, you'll be safe. Yeah, they said they were going to split those as well. Oh, I'm missing HP buffs. That's part of the problem. I'm down like 1,300 health right now. We got bolts. Oh. Alright, I'm on the named. Class is the little goblin with a cape. I think that's our shaman. They're splitting the banks up? Yeah, that's the plan, is to split the banks up. I assume they're still following through with that plan. They haven't said otherwise. You guys target anything specific? We're just trying to learn what drops. That's it. We got the boots. Cleric boots. I mean, I would give him the holy just in case wisdom becomes more important. Yeah, Kaz has the boots and helm. Yeah, I would give it to holy because that rework might end up being like heavy in wisdom. I mean, if they get like a smite proc or something that's based off of intelligence or wisdom, that's going to be really strong. Hey, what's going on, Don? How you doing, bud? Feel like this bank should still share the coin, not items magically. Yeah, I mean, I get that. That makes sense. It's kind of like one bank can talk to another bank to, give you coin that you have deposited into a bank, and they can kind of talk to each other. But the items magically appearing from one to another, yeah, I get where you're coming from on that, and I kind of agree. Maybe a stupid question, but is there a solo named boss, for example, playing Paladin even takes forever, just fun to solo? Not really. Paladins are just not great. They kill mobs too slowly. They need something. How's the journey going? It's going well. It's going well, yeah. I don't feel comfortable keeping my money in Night Harbor Bank with the tarp roof. I know, right? Could be bad. Your opinion on the banks not being linked outside of the specific city you're in? Sure wish they would move stuff from Night Harbor to Failing Draw via the shared bank. Well, I think the idea is that later on down the line, you're going to be able to move stuff. Like, you're going to be able to create a caravan, and you're going to pay a player, getting room respawn. You're going to be able to get a player to move your items from one area to another, right? People will be using player housing for storage as well. So yeah, they'll be using player housing. Absolutely. So yeah, that's going to be the future. Just going to wait for repops. Grab them. Just keep those two mess. What's your biggest gripe with the game so far that they haven't fixed yet? Just balance. That's my literal biggest complaint is balance. We got 2 broken. Still holding out for Ultima lifestyle vendors. That would be really nice, yeah. I got it. Yeah, XP balance in groups is a big one. Really wish they would figure that out. Rather than just be like, oh, we're just going to make the game harder so you have to be in a group. Okay, well, still, enough of the game is not challenging enough. I think we're going to get a name repopping. I think it's the last one, isn't it? There he is. What's the best group size to level in? 1, then 2, then 3. I guess the smaller group is better. Always. Best rework so far, in no particular order. Druid, Spellblade. The best reworks? You're going to put the Wizard in there? I hated the Wizard rework. It's awful. But it's, I guess, a matter of preference on playstyle. I'm trying to not spoil EA for myself too much. Just testing as I go. Yeah, that's good. Nothing wrong with that at all. Like Wizard in terms of the numbers thing, but flavor was there for class. I don't like the the glyph system. I think the glyph system was a lot of work for nothing, basically. It's kind of, but that's just me. I mean, I don't like it. Necro gameplay loop in a group. Sinpet.mob. That's basically it. Can I get a sow outside? I'm gonna run to town while we do all that. What class rework are you liking the most? I mean, I don't know. Probably Beastmaster. Is dot DPS trash with current mob HP? It's not great. Okay. Yeah, the TTK needs to probably still come up a little bit more for dots to really be worth it. TTK, TTK in this dungeon, for example, is pretty good. Like it's about where it needs to be, but that's one dungeon out of the entire game. So, mentioned in Discord today that Paladin is going internal testing in the next couple of days. Good, yeah. Would love to see that. I'm testing each class out as far as I can. Really waiting for each rework. Yeah. Right now, I would play the rework with in mind of like how it plays. That's all I would look at. You know, do you like to stance dance? Do you like to have a lot of abilities where you're constantly doing something? Do you want to have something that's a little bit easier to play? Like stuff like that. Oh my god, I got the hiccups. Paladin needs a lot of flavor. It does. It needs a lot of something. Paladin needs... I think it needs to get a smite. It needs to have shorter heals. Some cool buffs. A way to block for your party member or reduce their damage that they take. Like, you put that buff on a healer, and when the healer takes a hit, the Paladin takes, 10 or 20% of the damage or something, or they have a chance to block for them. Things like that. I think it'd be really good. Paladin bubbles would be cool. Maybe, depending on how they do the bubbles. Like, if they did bubbles, like cleric bubbles in this game, for example, if a mob is attacking the cleric and they bubble, they take 0 damage. But if 2 different people are attacking the same mob, so it's got threat on 2 different people, and right now the threat is going to the cleric and they bubble, the mob will automatically turn around and hit the other person. Because it knows that it can't do any damage, so it basically drops aggro on it, is what it does. As a tank, you don't want to drop the aggro. Let's see. The Pally shield throw needs an effect. Yeah, it needs something. That's just an animation thing, though. Bring up the Voldemort Pantheon. I like the Paladin resource thing. Pantheon did a few things right when it comes to the classes. Yeah. Did a few. Not everything, but a few. All right, I'm going to run to town real quick like. Oh, shoot. I meant to do... I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm going to run to town real quick. While I do that, I'm going to take a quick restroom break and throw this trash away that I just made. And I'll be back just a minute. So stick around, and we're going to keep going. I don't know what we're going to do, depending if the group keeps going or not. But I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okie dokie. Let's see what we can do here. Let's clean out the inventory some. We got to get some food and water. Things to do. Can't wait for the Bard rework. Yeah, the Bard rework is going to be hopefully good. I hope they get more... Like, I hope they become more of a buff crowd control type class. The Bard does. Like a different way of playing the Enchanter. Otherwise, right now, the Bard is just underperforming power-wise. Yeah, it's just not great. Okay, let's see. Astral powder. Oh, we need to figure out this. Oh, shoot. I meant to do this as well. God bless. I got to do that to get the recipe. Because we need to craft up some of these things. Put that in there. Cotton scraps, linen scraps. Get rid of this. Okay, I need to make... Oh, what's going on, Wolf? How you doing, bud? So we need to make a bunch of these. You need a regular resin from lumberjacking along with the green powder once you have the recipe. All right. Yeah, I gotta figure all that out. We'll get it worked out and then we'll try to make a bunch of them. For whatever we need them for. Do they... I wonder if they stack. Do we know if they stack or if I gotta make one at a time? So it's pretty much just carry around the stack, I would imagine. Doubt the torch is stacked. Not sure about the special resin. Where the special resin? You said the special resin is just an alchemy thing, right? Enchanting thing? Is it in this enchanting tome? Oh, I gotta have the recipe first? Okay. me go dump all this stuff. What do I have this shield for? Where'd this come from? I don't remember why I have that. All right, let's go get this recipe. Like, I want to get rid of all these, I can get rid of this. I want to get rid of all these plague rat things. Like, I don't know what to do with all these. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do. I don't know what to do with those. You think there should be a limit on how many primary craft skills each character can learn? Not really. Otherwise, you're just going to have a bunch of alts. Like, there's really... I've never thought that crafting should, like... I'm going to make 15 different alts to do the 15 different trade skills. Like, it just feels weird. I personally love how Final Fantasy does it. You make one character, and then that one character can do everything. I love that. What's this Karate Kid over here doing? Ban trade skills? I mean, they could. One character can do everything in Monsters and Memories. It can do all the trade skills, yes. But Final Fantasy took it a step further. It can literally do everything. Like all the classes, all the trade skills, everything. All you have to do is swap what your weapon is. If you ever see me doing any trade skills, just know the game forced me to. You're like the guy that's like, if you ever see me doing trade skills, call 911. Like, something is wrong. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of trade skills. Like, I don't necessarily like to do them, but I don't mind doing them. So you guys were saying that these, you can get this from that, whatchamacallit. But I got this as a drop. Like, you don't have to go up to the, you don't have to go up to that barrel to get that thing. Well, the barrel can give you what's the little mage wand thing that you get from the barrel? Is that what you craft, or is that completely something different? Has Fallen Watch been fully cleared? No, not to my knowledge. Pretty sure we're the only group doing it. All right, so let me run up here. I got to talk to Mia, I believe. Adios, Mia. And then I got to run back to town after I do this quest, because that should give me the recipe, right?
Yeah.
Just got to keep hailing her? Is that bugged? Should have to hail her multiple times. That seems silly. Cleansing recipes. An enchanting and survival recipe for creating a torch. So it's both enchanting and survival. Torch of Purification. That's pretty low level. It's before wool bandages. So I can make a cleansing resin. Okay, what level is that? It's green to me, so let me see how far back. Cleansing resin. Oh, wow, it's actually... It's between regular wisdom and greater wisdom. So that's like a tier... High tier 3. Yeah, I'm going to make a bunch now. Gets rid of the blessing stuff and those fallen watch mobs. Yeah, I'm going to go make a bunch of them. I can make 23 of them. I just need to get some regular resin. I'm playing the fighter, level 60 fighter today. Pinning shots amazing. I figured it would be if they did it right. Seems like it'd be really good. What did they change on it? They just reduced the cooldown or something? It hits now. Are you sure you didn't need to just level it up? Like level up your throwing skill or something? Or is it just wasn't hitting before? Hey, what's going on, Cursed Hunger? How you doing? As of right now, I'll be maining the fighter when early access starts. Most likely. Yeah, we can check out Rothold if you want, Isar. I honestly don't understand how the fighter is more tanky than the paladin. Like, I don't know why it takes less damage. Unless they have something built into it that they just didn't tell us about. Three-day business trip. Uh-oh. Hopefully you're back by early access. Paladin has not had his deep dive yet, no. But that's not why. Like, I mean, that's just an armor class. It's more of an armor class thing than anything else. What else do I need for this? Wood. So just wood in the resin? Okay. That's easy enough. I can make these. When I pull aggro off the paladin with my Beastmaster, I tank the mobs just as well. The most in demand in general? Whichever one does the most DPS is going to be the one that everybody's going to want, which is probably going to be the Shadow Knight. Every game's about DPS. Every game you've ever played is about DPS. We're going to need more wood. Let's get to 20. So healer's the same, whichever makes most damage. I mean, DPS trumps everything. You only need as much tanking and as much healing to survive. Everything else is DPS. Almost all the time. Should they plan to increase time to kill? Yes. Yeah, they're working on that. A lot of the balance stuff they're just kind of working on right now. What's going on, Rick and the Rogue? How you doing, bud? What do you think best comp will be with Rogue? Playing a group of 3? I would go tank, healer, Rogue. And you're set. Like, probably Shadow Knight, Shaman, Rogue is a really good group. No mounts. There are mounts, but they're not for running. They're for storage, mostly. Really excited for Rogue. Steel seems a good value for group. Steel's only going to be a good value for you. They should add them out for travel in the world, otherwise looks like a running sim. I mean, I guess it, yeah. But all you do isn't run around. So, how's Cleric? I've heard they are also decent with melee. Cleric right now is a little bit broken with their procs, but the Cleric is mostly going to be a sit, meditate, and heal class. Early levels of a Cleric, you definitely can melee, and their proc is insanely powerful. But once they work on that, it'll change. Cleric potentially good at soloing with their procs. They're insanely good at low-level soloing right now, yeah. Until they fix that proc, they're probably the best DPS class in the game. It's just random if they get the proc or not. Wait, did I need to even come all the way back to town? I didn't need to come back to town. I could just made it out. I'm an idiot. Why did I come all the way back to town? Sightseeing. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. No, I've got the wooden resin already. I already had it. Distracted by Twitch? That's probably more likely. Well, while I'm here... Alright, there you go. Alright, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with this stuff here. Let's get this and this So that's 29. Wait, is that just all padding, 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 padding? What group utility would Shadow Knight provide, or what is their utility? They have right now a an aura that's a life tap proc aura. So that's one thing that they'll be able to provide. They also have Feign Death so that they can do... What the heck is going on? Why are these... Oh, shoot. I gotta go to the leatherworking guy. They'll have Feign Death, so they're gonna be able to pull. They've got a grap or a grip thing that they can pull mobs easier. That's I mean, they're gonna be able to do things like that. All right, we need to get padded leather. I need this. Why did that not show up? Oh, it's going to be in my other thing. Padded leather cap. Let's do the padded leather belt. Okay, so the mask is there, the boots. I think it's silly buying all these things. Alright, we're getting rid of these things. Oops. Alright, so that's boots. Let's get the cap. Alright, so cap we can buy. Where's the satin? There it is. Weird. Okay. That go through all of my... Okay, so canvas. Make 10. Okay. Okay, so that's done. Let me see what we can do. Linen backpack. Oh my god, it's still red. How is the linen backpack still red? What the heck? Okay, let's see. Bloodstain Ratman fur. Put that in there. Okay. Well, I've got all these linen scraps. I can't really do much with those right now, so we'll just hold on to those, I guess. I mean, I could turn them into bolts of linen and get bags. I really don't need those. Echo of Magic. 20 HP, 20 HP. Is there a button to loot mobs next to you? I'm grinding crocs and I can't target them. No, but you can create a macro. So you target, just type in slash target space croc, and it should target one of the corpses. Or if you have to, type in a crocodile's corpse or whatever. And then slash loot once you have something targeted. You're gonna have your own guild for EA? I'm not sure what we're gonna do yet. We might stick with the guild that we are in right now. We might swap to another guild. We might make our own. I don't know what the plan is. We don't really have a plan with that yet. Depends on servers where everybody goes. Because we're not really sure what server everybody's gonna go to. Alright, let's get back on Criddle. Yeah. Protective shield. 9 strength, 3 agility, 4 dex. Where did my claw go? Oh, there it is. What the heck? That was weird. We'll just put this in the bank for now, I guess. Oh my gosh. Why can't I target anybody? What the heck is happening here? I can't target these bankers. That's weird. All right, whatever. Do you want to run around Rothold for a bit, or do something else? You clicking hidden name tags instead? I don't know what I was clicking. I'm always adjusting the camera at the bank because of that. Yeah, it might be doing that. I don't know. Yeah, I turned off all the nameplates. I don't know. Like having them off is good, and then sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Let's turn them back on. So client names. I wish we could do first and guild name. Take away just the last name. Like I want more options in here. That'd be nice. Yeah, you kind of have to turn them off when you're in those some of those situations. All right, well, we got the torches now, so we can make these, which is good. And I've got plenty of resin to make more of these. Well, let's go into Rothold. We'll check it out for a few minutes, see how it goes. Yeah, we can just run around, kill stuff. See what's going on in there. I have no idea. I think the entrance is over here somewhere. Did I go too far? I see a bunch of corpses over here. It's a weird place to put a bunch of corpses. Why is there a door here? It's a weird place. What do you have? Type in rod hold? I guess that's how we're doing it now. My gosh, dude. All right, how do we get out of here? It's right there. Okay, that works. Okay. Let's go check it out. See what's going on. Yeah, I know what you say. I was messing around with some other stuff. My goodness. These things have a lot of health. Well, that was rude. This bat hitting me. I need to put in my my personal heal. I'm not worried about getting overwhelmed. Look at that. I'm getting healed. My goodness. Any creators that are more focused on solo gameplay yet? Well, like content creators? Most of them are solo gameplay, I feel like. I've done a lot of solo stuff. I've done a lot of group stuff. I do it all, so. I do everything. I don't know where to go in here. That Bloodhound Brawler is probably a name, I would imagine, right there. Or a placeholder. I don't have any specific recommendations now. Yeah, it's a pretty cool dungeon for like mid-range, mid-level range. I wonder if that second wind gives threat. Since it's healing me, I wonder if it gives healing threat. If it does, it might be worth just using for threat. Is the wizard worth putting time into at the moment? Feels very, very slow and just not as enjoyable as before. Almost a little late now. I mean, I don't think the wizard is worth putting time into, but that's kind of an opinion, depending if you like the way that the wizard plays or not. I'm not a big fan of the glyphs. I'm not a big fan of its current power level. It's just not a very strong overall class, especially if you want a group. How do the glyphs even work? So you have 4 different glyphs, and you combine the glyphs. You combine the glyphs together to create different spells. So you can combine up the 2 glyphs. So you can use like, out of the 4 glyphs, you can use this glyph plus this glyph, and it does something. And then this glyph plus this glyph does something. This one plus this one does something. Or you can do 2 of this one of these, or 2 of this one and 1 of these, and you can make a total of 36 different spells. So you have to use the glyph, 2 different glyphs, and then hit the catalyst, and it'll cast a spell. I'm playing a fighter right now. You have to do that each time. You have to do that every time you cast a spell. If you choose to use the glyphs. You don't have to use the glyphs. But if you use the glyphs, you have to hit like glyph, glyph, catalyst. Glyph, glyph, catalyst. Glyph, glyph, catalyst. It's really annoying. It's very annoying. I don't like it at all. I don't know why they put that in as a system in the game. I couldn't tell you. Seems awful to me. God, these mobs down here are clerics, and they have damage immunity. Scratch wizard off your list? Yeah, I mean, you don't have to play them that way. You can just memorize the spells that you want to use and not even use the glyph system if you choose to, which in my opinion is the better way to play the cleric or the wizard. I just wouldn't even use the glyphs at all. Gith is not happy about the consume changes. He does not like them. You lost your pet last night? Yeah. Yeah, I think they need to adjust consume some more. They probably just went a little too far one direction with it. Okay, let me get my damage. Let me get my damage shield up, and then I'll do it. Looks like there's a bunch of mobs in there. My vote is 24 seconds, or 32 is better than 45. My vote is 2 seconds. Let people spam it. You know what's crazy is in EverQuest they had the Mana Stone, which had no cooldown, instant cast. You could just spam the crap out of it for mana. And for whatever reason, they kept that in for a very long time before they nerfed it. You got a Mana Stone of P99? Yeah, it's crazy good. I like the music in here. It's very, very calming, actually. Let's see. A counter of polished bone and dark wood sits in the back of the room. The shelves are occupied with empty goblets and vials filled with thick red liquid. Are there some crazy clickies? Not crazy clickies. Nothing like EverQuest had. I'll run around a minute and see if I can pull anything else over here. Okay. Yeah, it's really strong. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think they expect you to be doing dots and healing. Good things is the NPC clerics don't proc their damaging proc that they do, that the player clerics do. That'd be rough. Be taking so much damage. So I guess these are deep elves, right? This is what the deep elves are going to look like. I kind of like them. They're looking pretty good. Man, I am tired. Oh, I have been streaming for a while today. I didn't even realize what time it was. Holy moly. I got to get back to doing some exercises and stuff. My bike's been in the shop now for over a week. I hope I get it back soon. Would like to get back out and get on some bike rides before it gets too cold. A lot of these mobs in here gate. Oh, yeah, that's pretty bad for this level. Oh yeah, there's got to be a named in this room. Yeah, there's probably gonna be too many in there for us to kill. And then be able to, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, this music definitely is gonna put me to sleep. Holy moly. Nice spa massage music. It kind of is, yeah. Very, very just chill and calming. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's go see if we can pull that other room. I won't do the other hallway. I'm going to try to pull from that theater room down there. See if we can get a named... I might have got all of them. We'll see how many are coming. I just barely walked in the room. Oops. That's a bunch. That might be too many. Okay, just let me take as much hits as I can before you heal. Hopefully my second wind gives me threat. It does not. Well, I guess we'll win this. That could be really bad though if you try to do this at level without an enchanter. This music almost sounds like StarCraft 2 music. Like when you're in the little pub, it's just really like just quiet and just calm. Just like, I don't know why. It is making me sleepy though. Anybody say if they're going to be back tonight to do stuff? Is this Rothold or Fallen Wide? This is Rothold. Are the deep races in the new patch? They are not yet. Deep races aren't going to be in until early September is what they said. Any good conversations today? Not really. We were deep inside of Fallen Watch. I was just kind of focusing on that for a while we were in there because we were kind of doing something that's challenging. So I couldn't really pay too much of attention to chat. Plus we're in respawn. that thing gating? Why was that gating? I wasn't even hitting that one. Consensus on the shaman changes? I mean, overall, not much change other than they took away the pet and they made the cooldown extremely long on consume. I see that. Is it good? Have you tried it yet? Yeah. Looks really good. Huh? It does. Oh, did that one gate too? Oh boy. Well, there's no mobs up, so. Found it somewhat hard to find groups this weekend in the mid-30s. Yeah. It can start getting tough once you get to that level range for sure. Definitely becomes more difficult to find groups. All right, let's try to go get some more mobs out of this room down here. See if we can not do them all at once like we did last time. You know, break it up a little bit. About the same we had last time. I can't get them off you. Yeah. See if I can actually get out or not. Oh no, that's not good. Oh no! Run, Forrest, run! Holy moly. And I'm stuck. That's weird. You zone out, you get rooted. Well, no bueno. Well, boys and girls, I might call it there for today for me. I'm going to help Isar get his corpse, and we might keep camping this for a bit. But I think I'm going to turn the stream off for today. I'll be back on here tomorrow morning around the same time, around 9 o'clock or so tomorrow morning. We're going to keep doing Rothold, keep doing some Fallen Watch, keep testing out some different things. And, yeah, we'll see how things go. Anyway, thanks for being here. It's been fun. It's been awesome. Hopefully I see you all tomorrow. Take care. Bye.